Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be, anywhere you wanna be, yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Pick up panel to be right on, yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back or keep your eyes on. Long ago, long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost, no. Never gave a shit, real soul. Love to take a hit, hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace, yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be, anywhere you wanna be, yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush.
Leave it all in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
I got it. Yeah, you know I got it.
Nobody got it like
Nobody got it like. Yeah. I got the juice. I got it. From a droppy in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching from Paris to Popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it.
nobody got it like
You know it, yeah. From the top. You know.
got it like
Let's go.
nobody got it like
Nobody got it like me. Step up on the stage, turn it in a crime scene. Some killers only. Oh yeah, stay winning me and the whole team. I ain't tripping. Juice tripping. I got the game. Vice gripping, no permission. Everything green, night vision. They can try, but can do it like Vinny. I ain't tripping. Drip. They can try, but can do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
We're stuck in your car on a Friday night, and we laugh away stuff we try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. I swear that you look at me differently. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. And that I'm sick of this friend zone. Well, can you tell me something, Well, can you tell me something, Well, can you tell me something, 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past the midnight hour what seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can, and all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for feeling the high, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night,
At the moonlit sky, the stardust drips and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
The pressure has never been higher. Hello and welcome to the final play day of the Six Masters 2020 season. I'm Guz and Raven will be joining me for all of tonight's action, and once again we should be in for an absolute treat.
We really are. It is two different stories here tonight, but it's all about that top four. We've got a battle for the top two, and of course the battle to find out who the final team making playoffs will be.
Of course, make sure you guys at home stay up to date with all of the action across Six Masters at Rainbow Six ANZ on all of your favorite social media platforms. And of course, you can jump onto the poll on Twitter. And again, if this season has proven anything, it's that these results are incredibly difficult to pick, and tonight should be no exception at all.
Absolutely. I mean, you and I have talked about it extensively off air before we started, and both of these matches are going to be really tough to call. It's really exciting, and it's a great way to be able to finish the regular season for Six Masters.
Well, the standings are incredibly tight. Let's have a peek before we jump into tonight. And I think it's important that we take a moment to sort of soak in what's in front of us before we head into tonight. As you mentioned, there's a battle for first, there's a battle for fourth, and there's a lot to take in. So we'll start off, I think, Raven, by looking at the top. Of course, Wildcard and Okami, they're facing off tonight, and there's a chance that one of those teams could end up in first place for the playoffs.
Yeah, so this really shapes up the top three here. Wildcard and Okami playing each other does mean one of them can outright take first place. But also, if Okami do manage to not win a map at all, Sinister can retain second. There's a bit of math involved there, but that's where that top-end battle is. But of course, there's the ever-important match that's later in the night, guys, between Ferox and LFO. And that is going to decide who gets that coveted fourth spot for playoffs.
It's going to be incredibly close. Let's look at the matchups for tonight. Of course, these are the last two games of the entire season. And up first, it's the Battle of the Titans, Okami taking on Wildcard.
And boy, that is going to be an absolute banger of a matchup. Okami had a really solid series against Elevate just the other night. That was Tuesday. They managed to win both of those maps. And Wildcard, you would have seen them play off last night as well in a very strong series against the Knights. So here they are battling it out, like we said, for those top positions.
And then, of course, later in the night, a match that is arguably of even more importance. It's Team Ferox take on LFO. And basically, at the end of the day, the winner of that series will head to the playoffs. And that is the highest stakes these teams have had for the entire season. And it's going to be an absolute battle to the death.
Yeah, as you said at the start of the night, the pressure hasn't been higher, especially for Ferox and LFO here. So that series is definitely one to stay around for.
Well, they are third heading into tonight. Let's have a look at the Okami roster. And this is a team that has performed decently so far this season, but I think tonight will prove if they really have what it takes to be first here in ANZ.
Yeah, up until this point, they have only lost 3 maps. One of those is to LFO, one to Ferox, and one to Sinister. But generally, they have looked pretty good. A lot of overtime victories at that, though. So it's not like they've not had their struggles. Keep an eye out for players like Ipistar. He was very instrumental in their series against Elevate and many other series as well. And I've got to say, Cutie has been a strong force for Okami in this season.
Well, they're first. They've had a fantastic season so far. It's Wildcard, and they're coming in tonight looking hot. They've only dropped 1 map so far in the entire season, and I think they're going to be fighting hard to try and retain top spot.
Yeah, and that one map, it was a 5-7 in the end, and that was actually to LFO on Clubhouse. And outside of that, they rarely looked in doubt. They've had 1 overtime match, and other than that, they've won it all in 7 rounds, or within the regulation at least. So really strong season from Wildcard. all of their players stepping up. I mean, Ethan's had some outstanding performances, some big matches, but so have their two newer players in Pat and Geo.
And of course, keep in mind that despite the fact that wildcard, they're locked into the playoffs, all right? So they cannot fall out of the top 4. But again, they're going to be fighting hard to try and keep first. Assuming seeding works the way that we come to expect, they want to be in the best position to give themselves a really nice chance in that playoff bracket, which will happen in about a month's time.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, basically the 2 series tonight could be dictating one of the first matches in playoffs. If it is first versus fourth, it could potentially be wildcard versus the winner of that second series. We won't know, but it could be how it shapes up, and it does create some interesting dynamics. And look, this first series is going to be really tight.
Well, the map veto, it's always important. Let's have a look at what maps we won't head to. We're probably expecting the likes of Border to be taken out, and there we go. It will be by
Always.
wildcard as always. And Theme Park actually followed up there by Okami. And for me, that's a pretty interesting ban because wildcard is one of the teams in ANZ that's had quite a bit of playtime actually on that map and with pretty good success.
Yeah, they have played it quite a bit, and they've had some good results. They struggled a little bit with Sinister in the very first week of Six Masters. They ended up winning that 7-5. But outside of that, they've had some really dominant victories on Theme Park. I'd just say Okami don't want to be touching that.
Right, let's roll through the picks. One for each team, of course. Consulate for Wildcard, and then Cafe Dostoyevsky for Okami. Let's talk about Consulate first. What can we come to expect there? How are Wildcard shaping up for that one?
They've been playing pretty well on Consulate this season. In fact, I put it down as one of their stronger maps. Okami are also relatively good on Consulate, but they've had some mixed results. I think Consulate is still a strong map for Okami, and the fact that they have seen a bit of Wildcard on it will be interesting. And the fact that Wildcard chose it, I think that's maybe going to be a tough map for them.
I'm really excited for Cafe. This is something we talked about pre-broadcast. It's a map that Wildcard themselves, despite having good form heading into Six Masters, haven't really played it at all throughout the entire season. So there's a big question mark on whether or not they'll be able to replicate that past form. Okami, on the other hand, though, they've won, I believe, at 100% win rate in their last 3 attempts. So they're looking pretty good coming into this one.
Yeah, they've played a lot of Cafe, and they have not lost it yet so far this season. They've had some tight matches. I mean, they only beat Kanga on it 8-6 all the way back in week 1 as well. I've got a feeling, though, this is a bit of a, I wouldn't say a bait from Wildcard, but I don't think it's that they're not good at Cafe. In fact, I think they're quite a good team at Cafe. That's why no team has really picked it against them. So I think it's pretty brave from Okami to pick it, and now I'm a little worried for them going into map 2.
And I mean, it's a classic tale of Okami not having a lot of intel going into this, because the last time that Wildcard actually played Cafe was way back when in Pro League Season 11. It was against Elevate. That was a long time ago. And before that, it was the likes of Na'Vi, Fury, Kanga, and this is going way back when they had an older roster and were looking completely different to how they are now. So big question marks over their heads at the moment.
Yeah, and you brought up that Elevate game in Pro League Season 11. They actually ended up winning that in quite strong fashion. And as you said, that was the last time we saw it. You'd only think that they've worked on it and maybe refined it from that point onwards. And the fact they've managed to get this deep in Six Masters without playing it, I'm quite surprised about. And it makes me super excited for map 2.
Well, I mean, if you had to pick a result heading into this, I'm not sure what you predicted for Snowball Esports, but I'm thinking it's probably going to be a pretty close match, right? Both these teams looking pretty strong. Okami have, though, had their ups and downs, as you've mentioned. A lot of those wins have been close, and I think if there's one team that's going to capitalize on any mistakes, it's going to be Wildcard. So if Okami do let it slip a little bit, they need to be mindful that they don't let it go all the way in favor of Wildcard, or it will prove costly.
Yeah, so my predictions, I've gone for Wildcard getting both of these maps, and there's a lot of reasons besides the fact that they are just playing really well at the moment. But I think such a structured, well-adaptive style team from Wildcard, I think that really counters the way that Okami play, who can often present certain patterns. So I just really think Wildcard are going to have their number, and seeing the map veto kind of fills me with more confidence in my predictions.
All right, well, Raven's confident. Let's see what you folks at home think heading into this matchup. And they will back you, Wildcard, with a very hefty lead, 62%, thinking that they'll take this one. And I mean, I voted for the draw, so I'm in the minority, but hey, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, draw is always kind of like that. And look, it's not that Okami don't have it in them. There's every chance that they can create an upset or a surprise here in either of these maps. So we won't know, but I just think with Wildcard's season so far, it has been just so great from them. It's going to be really tough for Okami, and Wildcard are 100% going to be wanting to secure that top seed.
And I think the thing for me heading into this matchup is we need to see some of these players step up, right? Okami, Ippy style for their team has been absolutely popping off. There was, in my mind, I was thinking maybe he was being a little bit hesitant or a little bit underperforming against Elevate the other night, but then he hit a 1v3 clutch and was just unstoppable. So if he can replicate that tonight, that's going to be really, really dangerous for Wildcard to try and shut down. But again, we can't count them off. I mean, Ethan has been popping off as well. So if both those players come into tonight with great form, it's going to be really hard to separate them.
Yeah, it's going to come down to, of course, the teamwork, right? Who is going to be putting in the best teamwork? It's not going to be on one player's shoulders. It can't all be Ethan. It can't all be Ippy style. It's about working as a team and working cohesively. And especially when you're talking about beating Wildcard, that is exactly what you need. You need to be working as a cohesive, synergized team.
Well, I mean, yeah, Wildcard, especially on their attacks, are incredibly potent. They're a team that takes a long time to build up. And then in that last 30 seconds, they can catch any team off guard. They do it time and time and time again. And if Okami don't read into that and aren't able to shut down those executes, they're going to find themselves in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Wildcard, on both ends of the scale, are a tough team to deal with. They are also a very patient, disciplined team. You talk about their support players. Diesel is definitely a highlight on Wildcard in terms of support. He is very patient and also knows when to turn the aggression on, and that can be really tricky to deal with. Again, it requires that tight teamwork, good communication, drone skills, for example, or, you know, intel management, and Okami just have to be perfect in order to be able to get at least one of these maps tonight.
And I think aggression definitely is going to be a big factor in how this game plays out, because on some occasions, Okami can be the team that no matter what will play super aggressive, not always to success, but they're not afraid to back themselves. And again, linking back to players like Ippy Style and even some of the other top performers, Mangoes comes to mind, even Cutie on that more supportive role. When they need to, they will step up, play aggressive, and if Wildcard aren't able to tame that, then they themselves might find a little bit of trouble coming their way.
And that's the thing, you want to be playing to your strength, and Okami's strength is a bit of that aggression. Their attack, we've talked about quite a lot, is it relentless was the word I used the other night. It is quite relentless. It's aggressive. It comes at you when you're not expecting it, and it seems to work against a lot of good teams. So that is something that Wildcard will have to be on notice about.
Yeah, well, of course, we know the map pool. What can we sort of expect heading into this first one? How do you think that aggressive player style is actually going to play out on this style of map?
Yeah, I'd expect that Wildcard will probably ban operator like Valkyrie, because that really facilitates some of the aggressive play, runouts, flanks, that kind of thing. Maybe even a pulse, just some kind of intel denial will probably be the most important thing for Wildcard to take away. Okami, on the other hand, they might look at banning maybe a Nomad, so they can facilitate easier runouts or easier flanks.
And I mean, obviously, Consulate being the map, Wildcard have really recent form going into that, right? Because Okami literally just played Elevate on it, as I mentioned earlier. They only won 8-6, and that was off the back of a pretty big comeback. Remember, Elevate were on match point for quite some time there. Okami managed to bring it back. Ippy Style activated, as I mentioned. So, I mean, Wildcard have a lot to go off. I'm sure they were watching that game. They have some things in the back of their mind that they'll be taking into tonight's match.
Yeah, that almost was Elevate's victory. I mean, they were on 6-5 match point, and it was a post-play situation. I think you talked about it. Ippy Style getting a 1v3 clutch. So it was really close. It could have gone the other way, and they weren't really convincing on that map. It took them a long time to wake up. We saw a really big attacker-sided affair, and maybe we'll see the same tonight. I'm still not convinced exactly how they're going to go on it. Maybe that's why Wildcard have gone with this decision. They've identified that weakness, and they feel like they can exploit it.
Yeah, I really like the fact that you brought up how attacker-sided it was. So often the general public even can complain that the game is too defender-sided, but it was literally the absolute complete opposite. I think in that match, how many attack rounds were won? I think it might have been like 2 or 3 over the course of like 14 rounds, I think.
Yeah, I think it was like 2 defense wins in regulation, so both halves were
Yeah.
5-1, and then I think the 2 overtime rounds ended up being defense wins or something. I don't 100% remember the overtime, but there were very few defense wins on that night, and that was quite the surprise.
And I mean, the way that, as we mentioned earlier, Okami and Wildcard like to bring that sort of late round aggression on their attacks, that could prove pretty potent. I mean, Consulate is a map that really sort of favors that playstyle. Cafe, maybe not quite as much. That takes a little bit more prep work, especially in clearing utility. But if I'm defending, I'm going to be a little bit scared facing these teams because of just how aggressive they can be in that late round stage.
Yeah, and that's not to say Wildcard can also be quite aggressive in their own right. I mean, Ethan's also keen to go out for a few runouts. Pat can have some really interesting little ways of getting his entry picks, and he's had some really big games for Wildcard. So both teams can bring it out, and that is a great way to be able to counter it, is to also be aggressive. Because sometimes if you just sit back and hold an angle, yeah, crossfires work somewhat well against aggression, but if it's just constantly thrown at you and it's quite relentless, yeah, I think countering that with extra aggression usually works out well.
Well, you mentioned Pat there. Obviously, he previously played for Kanga and then slotted into this roster, the wildcard roster, when they made some of these changes. Back when he played for Kanga, he was renowned for being a really strong presence on the team in terms of comming and coming up with strategies, etc. How do you think he's sort of slotted into this wildcard roster? You mentioned he's been playing pretty well, and I tend to agree. He's definitely a player that wildcard can sort of fall back on and trust, especially sort of in these more clutch scenarios.
I think a big strength of Pat, and the reason, or one of the reasons that Wildcard ended up picking him up, was, yeah, he added that extra vocal kind of player, somebody else that can IGL, because previously I believe a lot of it was really on Ethan and Diesel. And so having that extra mind communicating and thinking about how to structure things can free up those other IGLs or the other communicative players to be able to make plays. And that's really what we have seen from Ethan in Six Masters.
Well, let's conceal it. It's the first map of the evening. Okami taking on Wildcard. This is the battle for potentially first place in the Six Masters season. This is going to be a banger.
It is, and I am super excited to be getting stuck into this. And we talked about the ban phase a little bit just before in the pre-show, really thinking that it's going to be all about either harming or aiding these runouts and maybe the aggressive playstyle. It is going to be Okami on the first ban, actually taking off the Maverick. So normally you would ban a hard breacher on Consulate, or could ban a hard breacher on Consulate. It does make, especially the garage attacks, a bit more tricky. So Maverick is going to make that even trickier because he really is the comfortable attacker to use to open that garage.
Thatcher will be followed up there. A pretty common ban in the current ANZ meta will make some of that util clearing a little bit tougher. And Jaeger as well will be off the board, not on the board. Will be on the bans. That was terrible wording. What a great way to start things off. But obviously Jaeger taken out, and that will make some of that denial of projectiles a little bit tougher on the defense.
I think that's also just more a target ban on Ippy style, because he just hard locks Jaeger on Consulate. And so now he's going to have to think about playing a different role on the defense here. And the trade-off with that is, yeah, projectiles are going to be coming in. You're going to have Wamai probably in a really high pick rate now in this match, because he's the only other counter to things like grenades.
Yeah, well, I mean, you mentioned trying to make Ippy style feel a little bit more uncomfortable, and that may well be the play. He's stood out as one of the top fraggers across the entire season. So it will be interesting to see who he jumps onto. It looks like it will be Mozzie on this occasion. Again, another operator that can frag out and deny some of that utility alongside the mute. And of course, with Thatcher taken out, that could prove to be a little bit of a headache here for Wildcard.
Then Ippy go onto the Mozzie, and that means comboing with the mute. It's going to be a lot of intel denial, which is going to be a great counter to Wildcard, because they are a very proficient team with their drones, and they follow them beautifully, and that's enabling their entries, enables them to be able to set up really precise attacks. So I think this mute Mozzie combo, especially on Consulate, is going to be a really strong one to be leaning on in these defenses.
Of course, if you are just joining us, both these teams have the potential to finish first here in the Six Masters season. Okami, they're looking for the 2-0, trying to take both maps this evening. Wildcard looking to take at least one. If it does end in a draw, there is potential for Okami to finish second above Team Sinister. So I'm assuming Sinister are probably barracking a little bit here for Wildcard, because again, the higher you finish, in theory, the better seeding you'll have in the playoffs, which could prove critical.
That being said, though, usually, depending on how seeding goes, but usually you'd have second versus third if it's top 4. So either way, it's likely would be Okami and Sinister to be playing off in that first round, depending on the finishing. But yeah,
Bomb located
see,
by
it looks like a
attackers.
pretty heavy attack here towards console. Wildcard gonna need to be clearing out this yellow stairs, which Mangoes is playing on as the smoke. Very, very strong position to be playing as this SAS operator, using those gas
bomb has
canisters
been
to
located.
deny entry up the stairs. And actually, that Jaeger band is going to make this a little bit easier and probably a little more efficient.
It definitely will for the attackers. Wildcard will be looking to try and exploit that. For the meantime, though, Mango is quite content in holding that position. Of course, he's sitting in the blind spot of all of these windows and cannot be shot. Wildcard will be forced to use utility, and as Ethan tries to gather more intel, his first drone will be taken out. Again, they're being a little bit stalled out here, but don't be alarmed. This is Wildcard's playstyle, ladies and gentlemen. They like to take their time.
Goes getting concussed. A little bit of pressure there, but no one really following it up. He is going to get tagged from the roof, though. That's Pat on the pick. Joker was also tagged up earlier in an engagement, but Cutie's been able to stim him up. They are at a man disadvantage coming into the second half of the round. Joker's just going to peek that, though. That's probably not the play. Pat is on point getting that one, which means that Wildcard are sitting pretty coming into the final minute of the round.
Wildcard are renowned for their late round executes, and it's looking like this one won't take very long at all. Ethan gets one. He's going for the wall bang and gets the second, and now Cutie is left in a 1-on-5. This round surely is not salvageable, and Wildcard should take the early lead. Cutie misses those shots. Diesel will stick the plant. The Doc does find one, but can't find the second, and Wildcard will start off with the very first round win.
Quite a strong round win at that. I think Okami just maybe getting a little too antsy, trying to peek up that skylight was probably not a great decision. And also there was no real cover or nothing to facilitate Mangoes being able to rotate out of yellow. It was basically just going to be a 50-50 chance if he got out alive. So well played by Wildcard to be disciplined and patient. They just waited for Okami to make those mistakes, and then it allowed Ethan to get aggressive up yellow and was basically over once he had that control.
Signs of over-aggression for Okami early here on Consulate. They need as much manpower late round as possible, particularly if Wildcard keep all their players alive. They are just so potent late round. And
Defenders,
any
protect
early
your bombs
picks that
from being
Okami
defused
give
by attackers.
is only going to exemplify that fact.
Attackers have located the bomb.
So expect them this round to wind back on that aggression a little bit. And try not to give free picks.
Rotating to Garage, definitely going to be a different beast here. Wildcard are sticking with a consistent lineup. This is something that they do a lot of as well. They don't usually play the game of trying to guess which operators are going to be chosen on the defense or which side they're going to be and what they need to then adapt to. They often just decide on a set 5 and it works for everything. And that's something you can really do a lot of on Consulate as well. That means they don't have to worry about where Okami's going. They can just bring these operators in there,
Attackers are
equipped and
heading
ready
out
to deal with it.
defuse the bomb.
Not sure what Jack Daddy rather is trying to do here exactly. Not very happy with where the claw's placed. He has repositioned it now. Trying to make it, I assume, difficult to shoot from above. The one will be placed down, and that will be the entire garage, I believe, electrified, or at least the left and right panels. Diesel already there, ready and waiting to try and blow it. Pat on the IQ will surely be spotting out these claws, pinging them for his team. Wildcard will be looking to try and deal with these nice and quickly.
Just going to take their time and be ready to set this up as well. It looks like they're going to use an explosive just to be able to blow up that electric claw, and it works out beautifully there. And they're going to get that left side relatively easily, to be honest. They didn't need to take any map control. They didn't repel onto piano windows. Diesel just misses those shots towards pipes there. Wildcard are already starting to get some great control, and Okami are going to have to be wary about such control so early in the round.
This is a stage of the round where Wildcard gather as much intel as possible to try and make a calculated push in on towards side, and these drones are already providing a lot of that with still half the round to go. Ethan trying to flash out the pipes position, which Was previously drone. Grenade does follow up. This could be potentially big. Doesn't find its mark though. And Akami really is holding on for dear life at the moment.
Yeah, they're trying to fire back. They're trying to put some bullets in towards Wildcard, but they're still holding fast and holding these positions. Another ill-advised aggressive prone pick from Ippy spotted earlier from Diesel. Capitalized on. Wildcard again, they still have so much time ahead of them. And they're using these drones very effectively, getting this information. And they're not overextending. They're not trying to force any kind of map control. They're just really pushing this garage and yellow stairs.
4 members from Wildcard outside the breach. Flashes do come out and Mangoes gets aggressive on the shotgun, but Wildcard again will wait. That's the final of Mango's gas grenade, so he has no more left in the pocket, and I'm sure once this one dissipates, Wildcard will start to get aggressive. But again, they're waiting so patiently.
Yeah, they're just really trying to work this pick first. They are going to go in aggressively to get it. It's refragged though by Jack Dad at the back of White. 20 seconds to go. They are going to have to get in and get this plant down 3 versus 3, and it is down.
Defenders have located the diffuser.
I thought Okami for sure were going to be able to deny that, but not to be. Hard retake ahead of them, guys.
Basically impossible here for Cutie with that breach opened. Wildcard sitting so far away, and with the SMG, there's surely nothing he can do now. Time running low as well, and Akami letting that diffuser go down so easily will prove costly, and Wildcard will take 2 in a row.
Another really great methodical attack from Wildcard. It was quite precise. They just scanned out those electric claws. They figured they can clear one easy enough with just a grenade. And once they did that, they never had to take control of Piano. They just worked side, just slowly got that information, waited for the picks to come off from Okami, and when they were ready, just aggressed. And managing to get that plant down, I was quite surprised. I thought there was some denial potential there from Okami, but not to be.
It really does feel as if Wildcard at the moment are only exacerbating some of Okami's problems. One of those being their over-aggressive playstyle. They were trying to prevent Wildcard from getting in towards the site early in the round, but a couple of ill-advised picks didn't help their cause, and one of those was Ippy Style. He was playing this Pipes position, and that prone peak was quite strange indeed, and did cost him his life, so maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable on that Lamai, of course. Jaeger was taken off the board by Wildcard, and we hypothesized that maybe that was a targeted ban towards Ippy Style, and I mean, so far it's working. He has been shut down and hasn't had much of an impact.
Could be right, but guys, Ethan 6-picked onto Finka. He's got the LMG.
5 seconds
I'm
to insertion.
really curious about what Wildcard are thinking here, whether maybe we might see a swifter attack and the boost
Objective
is
is
to
to
facilitate
locate
that.
bomb and defuse it.
Really haven't seen them lean on or choose a Finka much, if at all, to be honest. So I'm a bit excited to see how this plays out.
We have seen Finka on occasion here in APAC. Fnatic was one of those teams. I believe, were they versing
Bomb
CAG?
located
I
by
believe
attackers.
it was way back when, and was on this map. I think it was them, and that was really crazy to watch. That Finka LMG can definitely get to work. Maybe Ethan will save it for later in the round. This doesn't really look like it's a rush strat as of yet. They could potentially open the breach and rush through it, but I'm not sure that'll be the play. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, he does have nades, so maybe they felt that this would be a better use of the grenades instead of Imo Rins. Either way, it's facilitated them beautifully again within the first minute to get that wall open with very little exposure to Okami. And that's really important because normally a really easy way, or the way that people will try and counter that wall or the wall denial, is they'll take piano control, they'll repel on the piano windows, and of course that carries quite a lot of risk with it.
Again, feeling a little bit like deja vu at the moment. Both teams playing pretty similar positions. Ippy Style gets flashed on site. Doesn't look like he's going to go for a prone peek on this occasion.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Of course, it did cost him his life last round. Boost will go out. Not quite sure why. Wildcard haven't pushed in on that, so maybe a potential waste.
have Evil Eyes to worry about now as well, which is some good adaptation there from Okami. It does mean that they will get a little bit more persistent intel. Joker is the one on that Maestro. And Wildcard just playing it patient, collecting his intel, waiting for Okami to make some potential mistakes here. Ibistal is still on site, which is a little bit uncharacteristic for him. We really saw, especially against Elevate, he was all over the map when he was playing as that Jaeger, rotating constantly, trying to be a bit of a pest. I think he has really been taken away from his element.
Wildcard don't really have any control above, and Okami could abuse that. It looks like Pat may try and solo entry this above, or at least gather some intel. Geo will follow up on that, in fact, and maybe push through Piano. There's a player inside of Bathroom and a player inside of Anti, and they could well try and pinch this. But with only 30 seconds on the board, they need to try and find these picks early. Pat will be taken down from Circle, and that really puts the pressure back on Wildcard. Ethan will get one in return, though. The flank from Geo proves successful and well. And here we go. The explosivity on the site will pay off. Now, Ibistal is left to try and clutch this one up. He's over towards Pipes, but he will be shut down, and Wildcard will take 3 straight.
A little worried when Pat was the solo pusher, so to speak, into lobby, but it did end up being refragged by Geo. And then we didn't see what happened in Garage, but it looked like it worked out pretty well. They got about 3 unanswered kills. So Wildcard again looking really strong on these attacks so far on Consulate. We talked a little bit about it looking attacker-sided just the other night on Tuesday. And here we are again, 3 rounds in a row to the attack.
And this is something we don't see often. Okami are going to re-attempt Cafeteria and Garage, that bottom bomb site, for the 3rd time straight. Often in comp, if you lose it twice, it's time to move on. But Okami backing themselves here, and I mean, if they pull it off, it might feel nice, but I'm assuming if they lose this round, that's going to be incredibly demoralizing.
Yeah, it really is a rare occurrence when you see teams choose a site 3 times in a row. I mean, twice you can excuse, maybe you think that you've got a good counter to what's going wrong, but 3 times in a row is quite the rarity. I mean, the last time I can think of that a team kept choosing a site they lost was, again, going back to an APAC LAN final. It was CAG against Wildcard on Bank. I think they played that bottom 4 bomb site like 3 or 4 rounds in a row, and they just lost it every time.
10 seconds remaining.
So, see whether it works out for Okami in this instance. Wildcard are in quite the groove of attacking Garage right now.
Attackers
And I mean, we did see Okami in that previous round try to create an adaptation. They had those 2 players above, but Wildcard, they were clued in on that. And despite Pat falling, Joe was able to refrag them both, denying any sort of vertical control here. Looks like we might see something similar with Cutie on this occasion. Of course, they did bring Mirror on the last round, electing not to pick that once again. It'll be intriguing to see how Wildcard mix this up, and so far, Raven, it's looking like it's a top-down sweep.
Just real quick on Okami too. I think a mistake that they've made with their operator pick is not bringing Mute, or Mute Mozzie, or at least Mute, because Mute is really strong for defending Garage. There are those really good jammer placements that go up through the floor to make it hard to drone out lobby, chamber, bathroom, piano. And that's something that really would counter Wildcard because they are just so good with their drones. We've seen it in the last 3 rounds. They're getting so much intel so cleanly. Expecting that would be a really good counter for Okami.
Well, I mean, you can see that already. Look how much control Wildcard have above site. Yes, Cutie's inside of bathroom, but I mean, all of the key positions above are basically covered already by Wildcard, and they still have half the round to work with. Cutie has some nice intel here, and maybe that could... No, that won't work because Pat will just come to the main door and take it out. So Pat so far has been extremely proficient in taking out some of this defender utility, and it is definitely hurting Okami, who are forced back to side already.
Yeah, and that's another side effect of having Jaeger banned. Normally you would have ADSs placed in that bathroom so you could hold that with Day's End, but you can't right now. You have to be able to drop out. Cutie recognizing that it was the sledge opening that hole, frag grenades potentially inbound, and now with that thermite breach opening up there with the exothermic charge, it means they have direct access to hatch, deep angle into sight at that. Just this map control and the way that Wildcard are doing it with such progress is really good to see.
Yellow stairs control given to Ethan. Jack Daddy needs to be mindful that his head doesn't get taken off, and it is from Checkers. Now it's a 5-on-4 in favor of Wildcard as they again will drain in towards side, and due to the angles created above, it's basically impossible for Okami to sit in that bomb site. All this vertical presence from Wildcard should help them in getting this plan down, and again, Okami are on the back foot.
They really are. Like, there's no reason that this wouldn't be a secured plan, especially now that Diesel gets a shot onto Mangoes with 15 seconds. Plant is going down. It is just so perfectly covered from above. The Yokai now taken out. We know that's both of them. Diesel will be able to stick this. Ipisal has something to say about it. It's going to be a 2 versus 4 in this post plant. It's going to be a real tough retake again for Okami, especially when it's all up to Joker.
Basically impossible. Both players outside, players above as well from Wildcard, and Joker is left to just frantically run around the site. There is some intel on his Evil Eyes, but it's not going to be enough. He will be shot in the back by Diesel, and Wildcard will take 4 rounds straight, and it is looking dire for Okami.
Yeah, we spotlighted. They chose Garage 3 rounds in a row. And I don't think any single one of those rounds it's looked that much better. There's some real critical issues with that, and thankfully they are not going to be going there again, guys. They're going to rotate through to lobby, which we have not yet seen them play. So hopefully they can spark some kind of momentum change on this round.
Of course, it is important to keep in mind that both of these teams have qualified for the playoffs. They will both be inside the top 4, but they are fighting for that first position. And if Okami drop a map here, particularly with this sort of margin, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to go up in the standings.
Defenders
I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Sinister, of course, in that second position heading into tonight, they could fall down depending on Okami's performance. And when you flag that, maybe the seeding won't have a big impact. I'm wondering how Sinister are feeling at the moment. Who are they wanting? Do they want to maybe take on Wildcard, or will they be more comfortable against Okami?
That's a good point. I mean, they actually had a pretty good series way back at the start of Six Masters against Wildcard. Just looking at the scores here, they lost 7-4 to Wildcard on Club, and they lost 7-5 on Theme Park. And that's pretty close. Like, that's more than what a lot of teams can say their efforts were in Six Masters.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
it's not like that would be difficult, but I would feel like going into it, Sinister could
Locate and
see
defuse
probably
the
more
bomb.
weaknesses on the Okami side, and I also feel like that is probably their more likely opponent to be up against.
Okami, keep in mind they are defending lobby here in the 5th round, but there are a lot of players above.
A bomb has been
Expect
located.
Wildcard to try and clear those positions out. Expecting them to probably shape up for yet another plan. I mean, in the 4 rounds so far, 3 of them have seen that diffuser be successfully planted. And I mean, in the current meta, we don't see a whole lot of plants. The Wildcard are definitely putting effort and emphasis on being able to cover that planter.
Again, I did see a peek at the scoreboard there. 4 rounds in, Diesel hasn't actually died. I think that's a huge emphasis on just how thorough Wildcard's been. Playing that hard breach role, you usually are the last one in, the planter, last one in, but he hasn't been denied planting. He hasn't really been in a gunfight that hasn't been comfortable for him to take. He's got 6 kills on top of it. So I think that really says a lot about exactly how these attacks are playing out for Wildcard.
Bomb
I mean,
located
Ethan
by
as well, he's
attackers.
been put on the ash. He's absolutely going off himself. 8-1 thus far. That is a very scary prospect for Okami. Time and time again, he has been playing strong in this season, and tonight so far has been no exception. Does look like Wildcard are taking their time quite a bit here, trying to gain this above control. Imari narrowly missing that wallbang as they start to get a little bit more aggressive.
I mean, definitely important for Wildcard to be able to get this vertical control. Pat will take out Cutie though. That's the Goyo off the board. Taking a couple of minutes for that first engagement to come out, but it again has been on the side of Wildcard. Just able to push through and get what they need and just wait for Okami to walk into position. Dragged out. Ipistar's trying to play aggressive here in Connector, trying to make something happen to push Wildcard back and prevent them
Attackers
from
have
taking this
recovered their
meeting
diffuser.
control.
Ibisol needs to go big here to give his team a chance. Again, it's been a little bit of a quiet map for him so far, but if he activates, they might be able to get a couple of rounds to end out the half. He's playing a very dominant position inside of Con, and will find one. That, of course, was Diesel on the Thermite. Zemo Ring will attempt the plant. Surely Wildcard can't get yet another one down. Pat in a perfect position to deny the wide swing, but it won't even come out. Pat will cover it successfully, and now it's a post-plant here for Okami.
Defenders have located the diffuser.
This is another tough post-plant situation, but now Okami have man advantage. Might be a little bit easier. Joker with an aggressive run out. This might be doable here, guys. 3 versus 1 now, all up to Ethan to save the round for Wildcard. He hasn't quite got the holes onto the diffuser either. C4 missing the mark. He's only got 2 to worry about. Mangoes and Jack Dead very much aware that he is above. Might be looking for the Maestro meat shield here. He's going to be able to deny that though. 1 versus 1. He's on the triple. It's going to be a 4K. Almost not enough time. Ethan's going to be able to just peek down to this and deny, but... Oh, he got it just.
Oh my, that was so close, Ethan. Oh my.
Okay, just giving us a little heart attack, but that's okay.
Oh, jeez. Look, I'll be honest, I wasn't looking at the diffuser timer very contently there, but I know that when Mango decided to stick that, there was around 8.5, 9 seconds left.
Yeah.
So that must have been incredibly close for him not to stick that. But well played by Ethan. I think he's on, like, what, 11 and 1 now. The man just cannot be stopped. And 5 rounds straight. Again, we have seen attacker-sided Consulate games. I mean, the last time Okami played it against Elevate, that was the case. But I mean, it's really hard seeing Okami coming back from this one. They're just being stomped at the moment.
That's actually a pretty accurate description. That being said, I mean, credit to Okami. That retake was a great effort. By all means, I mean, Ethan just happened to be the player in probably the best position in the end. And that was tough to flush out. Nobody was flanking to really disturb the peace for him up there. So he was able just to play that, use those holes, and play potentially some intel from his teammates. So really well played from Ethan, but that retake was a great attempt. Nonetheless, Wildcard are looking dominant on these attacks. Just the way they were able to get in and get that plant down. It's looking clean and precise.
10 seconds
I
left.
apologize, Ethan actually on 12 kills so far, so going even
5
stronger
seconds to insertion.
than I thought. The question now for Okami is how do they shut this man down? 5 rounds in and he's only died 1 time. What a great strike rate here for the defenders. Definitely a little bit concerning.
Well, when Wildcard played this against Ferox earlier in the season, they won it 8-7. That was Ethan's personal best. He got 23 kills on that occasion. And you'd have to say right now he's on track for that, but their dominance might end his chances if they get 2
It's gonna
rounds.
be too
But
short.
He's really got no chance of getting 23 kills.
A bomb has been located.
Look, I don't think Ethan will be too phased. If they get a quick map win here, I'm sure he'll be happy to forego any sort of record. Let's get 3 points on the board. He's hunting at the moment for a player on yellow. Again, Mango's playing that position. He was taken down from above by Pat last time he held this spot, and Joker on the repeak was also taken out. And talking about Joker, he will be lit up. This position, so critical for both teams. The question is who will end out on top.
Not to pick on Ibisal too much here, but I'm just finding it a really curious thing to watch, all the different operators that he's now playing because of the Jaeger ban. He's been on Wamai, Mozzie, he's now on Maestro. Definitely all these operators we haven't really seen him play. I can't remember the last time I saw him play some of these operators. So he hasn't been able to find that comfort. I mean, he did pick up a couple of kills, and of course his team is falling apart around him. That is Mangoes being the first off, which is not great, being the smoke, and also such a critical spot. Yellow Stairs is now in control of Wildcard.
I definitely agree that Ibisal might be feeling a little bit uncomfortable at the moment. So far, it's been a great ban by Wildcard to take Jaeger off the board as they try and progress now up Yellow Stairs, try and convert some of this control. in towards the front desk. That shield to the right of this doorway is posing a problem, but Diesel will find Jack Dad, and again Wildcard with the heavy man advantage and plenty of time left in this round.
Got some good control in these windows. The plant feels like it could be imminent here. Man advantage as well means that it shouldn't be
Attackers have
too
located
tricky
a
for
bomb.
Wildcard to be able to hold this off. Still in a good position is Joker to be able to swing out and deny even Ethan's progression here. He's got that shield to his advantage. Ethan's struggling to get shots off in 15 seconds to go, guys. This plant has to go down.
Not a lot of time here for Wildcard. They may well go for frags. Zippy Styles low on HP and will be taken down. It's Cootie now left in a 1-on-4. He has the shield to work with. How many can he find? I don't think he finds anyone. In fact, he did find Emo Rin, but it doesn't matter. And Wildcard will have a flawless half hit on console.
Flawless is a great way to describe it because really, besides the great retake attempt in the previous round, none of those rounds at all looked like they were going to be going Akami's way. Wildcard just absolutely had their way with those attacks. And now they just need one round, guys, to be able to close out this map.
I mean, we have seen teams at Six Masters struggle to convert match points. But I mean, this one's probably looking the most convincing of them all so far. It's been a pretty flawless 6 rounds throughout. None of them really looking convincing for Okami. I mean, maybe the 5th round in lobby was when Ethan clutched up the 1v3, but outside of that, it has been quite the dominant performance here from Wildcard.
Attackers
Man,
need to
if I am
locate
one
and
of the
defuse
teams
bomb.
facing them in the playoffs, I'd be a little bit scared because Okami are really struggling to do any sort of damage on them.
This was Wildcard's pick, so they have clearly identified something here that they knew was going to work out well against Okami. And I mean, we've been saying things about Ibistal's defense. He's actually ended up getting the most kills from his team. Mangoes didn't find one, in fact, in that entire half. So just the whole team really struggling to be able to step up and get anything done against Wildcard. I really just think this map pick has been a great counter, and the bans as well have just been a great counter and a real show of what Wildcard can do in preparation for their matches.
And I mean, if we want to look back at the last time these teams played, of course with slightly different rosters, it was actually a draw, 6 apiece in Pro League. It was just under 3 months ago. Time definitely flies. I think it's a testament to how well this sort of reborn Wildcard roster is looking. These changes are really starting to look good. Wildcard so far this evening are really proving a point that they should be the #1 team heading into these playoffs.
I think even coming into this series, like we talked about in pre-show, the way that they have played in Six Masters, I think never really casted doubt on the fact that maybe they should be the top team. I think they've generally shown that they are a force to be reckoned with against strong teams and some of these other teams in Six Masters. LFO were the only ones to be able to get on top of them, and that was a pretty close map in itself. The Wildcard really could have been looking at an undefeated season here.
Getting close to the halfway point in this round, no real damage inflicted on either team. So that Wildcard
Attackers
playing
drop
quite passively at the moment, no one over peaking or being as aggressive as we saw from Okami in some of their early rounds. Diesel's in a very, very compromised position at the moment. That table's been blown out and he's forced to get aggressive. He dodges that first flash. We'll get aggressive on the second. It is now white as Jack Daddy will be taken down by
bomb
Geo.
located by attackers.
But this balcony will be critical. That's where the diffuser is positioned. If Diesel can find this pick or even the one on the stairs, he will be going big this round, but he can't quite get the second. The trade comes out. And
Attackers
just like that,
recovered the
Wildcard will
diffuser.
find themselves at the man advantage.
Being it all on Cutie and Ibisal to be able to close this round for Okami and keep them in the map. Right now, it's Ibisal with Diffuser. He's going to start trying to stick it down. It's up to Q to be able to cover this cross here in long. There is a C4 below from Ethan. Plant didn't get stuck in the end, guys. Might not have been a helpful thing. Ethan sees one through the rafters. Doesn't quite get it, but 30 seconds to go. Okami, they are struggling to get this down.
Judy needs to find 3 to keep his team's chances alive here on Consulate. 15 seconds left on the board. Diffuser collected inside of Con. But Ethan, he's below with the pulse, and surely this plant will not go down. The intel is there. The C4 will follow, and Wildcard will take Consulate 7-0.
Oh boy, that never looked in doubt. They continued with strength after strength on those attacks. And defense, well, we only got to see one round, but looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, I mean, that may well be one of, if not the fastest maps we've ever seen in the entire season. And we slated this as being incredibly close, right? Both these teams fighting it out for the #1 position, but quite clearly Wildcard was dominant here on the first map.
They really were, and there's no other way to describe it. The scoreline perfectly reflects it. It wasn't one of those matches where it was a lot of close rounds and, oh, it could have been a little bit different there. No, absolutely no. It was a 7-0 to the core.
Of course, that was Wildcard's map pick, right? And heading into the second, we will have Cafe. But as we mentioned earlier, there's not a whole lot of intel for Wildcard, or for Okami to use on Wildcard, rather, because Wildcard just haven't played it. So they may be even more dominant here on Cafe. Who knows what they've been working on behind the scenes?
Yeah, I am really curious about how this second map is going to play out. We haven't seen much from Wildcard on it. And that being said, I was so sure that they are actually not that bad at Cafe. So I think they might have some surprises in store for Okami, as Okami probably have some surprises as well. It was their pick for a reason. But after what we saw in Consulate, I am still very concerned for Okami.
Well, I mean, I hope the second map is close. I was expecting Okami to bring something to the table, but it just felt like every time they tried to innovate, every time they tried to change something up, Wildcard, in classic Wildcard fashion, really were able to adapt so quickly and efficiently, and Okami would just shut down pretty much every facet of the game.
They really were. Just counters everywhere from Okami. And also I just think there was some struggles with adaptation from Okami. I highlighted there was one round when they were repeating Garage constantly. They just weren't bringing anything to deny intel gathering, which was just such a strength from Wildcard to facilitate how those attacks were playing out.
Well, we do have Cafe on the other side of the break. Can Okami bounce back? We'll see shortly. We'll see that.
Attackers are active. Seconds remaining.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time. In the towers, looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Welcome back from the break, and once again we saw a flawless map win from Wildcard. On this occasion it was a 7-0 against Okami on Consulate, but now it's time for map number 2, Raven, and it will be Cafe, which hopefully will produce a slightly closer result.
Hopefully it will. I'm still a little concerned for Okami because, yeah, it's a bit of a unknown on exactly how Wildcard are at with their form on Cafe at the moment. We haven't seen them play it at all in 6 Masters. Previously, they've had some pretty strong performances on it, so hopefully Okami do have some big tricks up their sleeves.
And I made me reference this earlier, the fact that Wildcard haven't played officials on Cafe recently. That doesn't mean that they haven't been practicing it or stratting it, dry running it, etc. So we could see Wildcard coming out of the gate with some pretty strong strats, although keep in mind they might be banking some stuff for the playoffs as well. So I'm not expecting them to reveal all their tricks in this match.
Yeah, and that's a thing to point out. These teams are both very much aware, or they know, they are in playoffs now. So they're going to be thinking ahead to their playoffs matches. That being said, I think Okami are probably going to be coming out strong on Cafe. It's just a matter of how Wildcard adapt, which is a strength of theirs. They are such a good team at adapting to their opponents.
Well, let's have a quick recap of the poll vote and see what you guys thought heading into this one. Again, it was strong support for Wildcard, and I mean, off the back of a 7-0, probably backing this as well. I'm feeling a little bit upset that I picked the draw because it's not looking very likely. But again, we don't know how this second map will play out.
Yeah, I mean, they could surprise us because we're being quite critical of them at the moment, but they could surprise us on Cafe. Okami picked it for a reason, so hopefully that is now justified. We are only moments away from finding that out. But Wildcard's form on Consulate just then was scary looking. And with that, they have locked in first place, by the way.
Well, there you go. First place for Wildcard. I'm sure they'll be stoked with that result. But they still have a map to play. It'll be Cafe for the second matchup this evening. Okami looking to try and build up some momentum for the playoffs, try and win a map back. Let's see how this one plays out.
And as we said, we're going to be eagerly awaiting to see what Okami do have in store for us on Cafe. It is their map choice, and it's something that Wildcard have not played in Six Masters yet. Do not exactly know where they are at with this. And in general, with their new lineup, it was a very fresh lineup to them in Pro League Season 11. It's coming into Six Masters, we've been able to see it develop and shine. It was something you mentioned on that first map. So Cafe could now be one of their stronger maps. We're really are only about to find out.
Well, we are going to see Thatcher and Capitao both taken off the board here on the attack. Of course, Thatcher was taken out on Consulate, very strong in clearing out utility. And Capitao, quite proficient on Cafe and shutting down some rotates and some angles, particularly on the top floor clear. Heading into the ban phase though, we may well see Jaeger taken off the board here again from Wildcard. Mirror will be the pick of Okami, but will we see Projectile Denial taken out again?
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised. I really felt like that ban was quite effective for Wildcard on the first map. Not going to be here actually, guys. They're going to go for the Goyo, which we only saw a little bit on Consulate. Definitely something that Okami used quite a lot of though. Those extra shields and the fire pit that ensues once it's blown up is a pretty important thing to be able to manage on attack. It's not something that I will have to deal with now.
And I mean, that Jaeger ban on Consulate, if you are just tuning in, played a pretty critical role in shutting down one of the main fraggers of Okami, being Itby Style. I do think in the end he still top fragged for his team, but he wasn't quite as impactful as we're used to seeing. He was juggling quite a few operators there, trying to find something comfortable, and in the end, Wildcard really didn't give him the chance. So expect when we head into that second half for Itby Style to feel a touch more comfortable.
Speaking of comfort, I mean, Ethan's the one playing Jaeger now. So we saw him go off with a bit of Ash on the attacks on Consulate before. Whether he can hit some picks with Jaeger. They are bringing the combo with Lamai as well. So that's a lot of projectile denial. On top of the fact they've got the mute for intel denial. It's going to be quite a difficult defense lineup for Okami to deal with.
10 seconds left before
Of course,
insertion.
keep in mind when attacking the kitchen bomb site, it often pays dividends to get above control, open the freezer hatch and create vertical angles in
Attackers are
and
moving
on
out to locate
towards
a
the
bomb and
site.
defuse it.
Sometimes we see the defenders invest some utility above, but it does look like Wildcard will be playing heavily off-site, play horizontally and prepare for a retake. Again,
bomb
another
has been
strong
located.
strategy. It's gonna be up to Okami to decide how they want to try and clear this out.
Playing that aggressive position there in the bakery, very much aided by the castle barricade. Looks like no hard push there though, going to be mostly top down from Okami, which brings a bit of a weakness here if you are not quick enough. And take obviously a long time, but it also means that you have very little time to really put that pressure on the site and be set up to get the plant down. Efficiency is going to be key here.
Itby Style will drop the Skylight on Ash. Again, playing an operator that is quite comfortable on, trying to find some picks early here. Jack Daddy as well on IQ, running the G8. Quite a common primary in competitive on IQ.
Attackers
There's
have
so
located
many
a bomb.
bullets to work with. The angled grip as well makes it a very deadly weapon. So far, it's looking quite strong though from Okami. Decent control early in the round, but keep in mind that Wildcard did extend horizontally, so pressure from above might not really mean a whole lot.
Yeah, there are tricky positions that'll have to be flushed out there through VIP dining. Even Diesel playing around coat check at the moment at the bottom of red stairs. There's all things that Okami are going to have to manage. Ethan still has control over Prep and Bakery on top of that. So it's definitely not going to be an easy attack for Okami unless they are able to manage and get a couple of picks as well.
Ethan, pressured from above, will actually repeat that. It's ill-advised and he is taken down. Not taken out yet. Maybe revived. Cutie looking to try and finish him off and does with the skeleton key. That's an early pick that Okami would like to see. They didn't get too many first bloods on Consulate, so it's a good start for them here on Cafe.
And now do have some good control here in Bakery, and with that rotate already open for them, they will only just be opening a little bit of extra with that blowtorch, but not quite as critical. Gives them a chance to be able to get Plant down, while there is vertical control held beautifully by Cutie as he finds another pick. Answered back by Pat, 25 seconds. Plant's going to have to start going down.
Mangoes finds one as well, leaving it up to Pat and Diesel to try and deny the plant or retake it if it is stuck. Mangoes goes for it. Diesel not really in a position to cover from coat check as Pat will be covered himself. And Diesel with the UMP really struggling there to get the frag inside of Small Bakery is refragged. And Okami, it only took them 8 rounds, but they finally will get one on the board.
They do. They get their first round for the night, and it looked pretty good. They progressed beautifully from top down. Cutie worked perfect 2 picks. It opened it up for Okami, because then they were able to get that Bakery control, push through prep, and that really did set them up for that end of round.
Wildcard now will rotate to what some might say is the more traditional objective of choice, of course being the 3rd floor. Interesting 6 pick there from Pat, potentially there onto Castle. Can be used in quite a few ways here above. He may elect to put them on the cocktail balcony to try and stop anyone from repelling and pressuring players on that side of the objective. Alternatively, they might be scattered around lounge to try and soak up some utility. Either way though, it is something that Okami will need to deal with.
Similar lineup actually coming out from Wildcard as well. Not too much differentiation there from Kitchen. Likewise with Okami. And look, it's a great start from Okami on this map. We were a little concerned, and I think rightfully so critical of exactly how this was going to play out. They've opened strong, which is great. That's allayed some of my fears. And they're opening strong on attack as well, which is traditionally the toughest side to deal with on a map like Cafe.
I mean, maybe tonight is going to be another attack-sided affair. I mean, there have been a couple of occasions here in Six Masters where the attack has been the favoured side. I mean, the first map of this evening only pushed that stat up. Wildcard winning 6 attacks straight and then the single defense. Not to say that Wildcard could have won more defenses, they just didn't have to because they won the map. It'll be interesting to see if Okami can maybe try and replicate some of that success here on this Cafe attack.
Wondering whether Ethan's going to go for that run out or not, maybe deciding not to, but there were 4 players all banked up on that west side. Well, for sure, if he jumped out, it might have been quite detrimental there for Okami, but he's decided not to. They are still trying to work at Piano here, obtain some kind of control. Immarin's shield there at Pixel now removed from his face, which means he's not going to be as comfortable playing around. They managed to take out some drones though. This is again pretty efficient from Okami. You generally want to have Piano control by around the halfway point. This is going to give them pretty much just that.
That Pixel position now has been forfeited by Wildcard. Not enough utility there to sustain the anchor. Meanwhile, Mangoes has made his way inside of Cigar Shop. Diesel probing below. Could play a pivotal role in opening up this round for Wildcard. He has a C4, he has the angles and will find the pick. That's Hippie Style taken down.
That is going to slow it down now for Okami as well, because that is somebody on the roam that they're going to be thinking about and worrying about with Red Stairs, for example. Mostly in control here now of Piano, at least with 50 seconds to go. They can start trying to get set up. Wildcard have done a great job renovating site, so there's no real comfort spot to plant here. Okami are just trying to figure out exactly how they're going to deal with this. They're trying to flush out this washroom position that Immarin retreated to, and that is exactly that. Immarin taken out. 30 seconds to go, Guz. 4 versus 4.
Wildcard really trying to play with time here. Of course, it's against the attackers. It always is. And Okami with only 20 seconds left need to try and work on this entry quickly. Geo sprays down Jack Daddy though. Well and truly in favor of Wildcard. Joker forfeits that position on Skylight. Drops down, but is lit up. Does he find the frag? Not quite yet, but Ethan finds his. Ethan as well. And there we go. The round will be taken down. It was actually Geo as well. I'm getting my names mixed up. Wildcard just spraying down all of these entries. That was a stark contrast to the first round.
Really well set up there from Wildcard. I mean, it did start with that opening pick. Diesel below took out Ippy Style, who's quite the initiator for Okami traditionally on their attacks. And Okami just never really were able to get good control. Even after they flushed out Immerin from Washroom, there was never really a safe place to plant on site. They hadn't done anything with Cocktail.
Wildcard again will venture to a new objective. Reading Fireplace on this occasion. Of course, this objective will typically play out with the defender setting up utility above inside of Cocktail. Again, trying to soak up the time and the utility of Okami. And a lot of these operators from Wildcard will bring very critical utility to the board. Which, of course, as I mentioned, will soak up a lot of time and a lot of attacking utility.
The Reading is the next site we'll see from Wildcard. Going to be holding fast up here, and again, Cocktail is going to be a critical spot to hold. Defended this successfully, and Okami going to have to be really efficient taking that. You need to be giving yourself a little bit over a minute to be able to utilize that vertical control
5 seconds left before
effectively.
insertion.
Because what can happen is even if you push positions out of Reading,
Attackers must
you
locate
can still
and
play it
defuse
from
the
afar,
bomb.
and it's more of a retake style kind of site. I'll be trying to work some picks at least. Geo on a bit of a run here on the first floor with Pulse. Looking for drones, getting some early intel.
Again, those mute jammers from Ethan.
Bomb located by attackers.
Denying some of the hard breach and also some of the intel gathering on the side of Okami.
A bomb has been located.
You do look like they're going to go for the most common or the most traditional approach on the attack. That's a very, very spicy C4 from Ethan. He's downstairs in the laundry. He C4s the barricade. Doesn't do any damage to that player on the rappel, so that will be a C4 gone astray early in this round.
Yeah, it didn't really net him anything. And I wasn't sure whether he was going to try and save it for once it was actually hit open or not. Well, it didn't work out. Pistyle has found his way in towards Cigar as well. Diesel is under a lot of pressure now on Cocktail. Well protected though from these ADSs, and he is also playing Wamai, so Magnets will be something he can use to help himself.
Defender
And
has
this is going to be the
left
real
area of
critical
operation.
spot. Pat is going to
All
impact
exposed.
on that run out. Takes himself up more than anybody else, in fact, but gets back in, at least with his life.
We are below. He's playing Pulse and to be able to provide a lot of intel. He can see Ippy style mangoes and pretty much the entirety of Okami who are pushing from above. Of course, the floor is soft and any C4 could prove deadly. Okami still trying to clear out Diesel, playing that Lamai. That shield is still standing. Somehow it has not been taken down. So much of that utility has been soaked. Another grenade will fly out, but that'll be caught by a magnet as well. Unfortunately though for Diesel, he will pick up and is taken off board.
So, Immerin fights back now. 45 seconds. Wildcard still at least evening out that man advantage means that they've got a bit of a shot here. Ethan deep in reading. Trying to get some shots vertically. Immerin is still persisting at the top of white. Okami have not been able to deal with that, and now Pat is backing him up. Immerin is just going hard here. Could be on for the ace. He's got to find the final two. There's about 20 seconds to go.
May well do it. There is one at the top of white, but Pat will take that kill. Ethan will get the other. And Wildcard will get around back.
Ever since that first round, guys, Wildcard have looked a lot better, a lot cleaner. The teamwork is fantastic here. covering each other and trading out pretty much every pick that Okami have been able to get since. So pressure back onto Okami. It is Kitchen, which is the site they were successful on in that first round.
Indeed, they were. In that first round, Wildcard really adopted sort of horizontal philosophy. Not many members sitting on side, instead spread out to the likes of Coat Check, the front bar, VIP. Not really a whole lot of presence above vertically. They forfeited that to Okami, who despite gathering that quite quickly and quite efficiently, weren't really able to do a whole lot with it.
Defenders,
Because
protect
as I
your
mentioned,
bombs from being
Wildcard were
defused by
quite
attackers.
content sitting off-site, really preventing Okami from executing in and on towards that objective.
Here's an operator we haven't seen a whole lot of recently, it feels like, and especially tonight, and that's Ella. Ethan on the Ella. Really bit of a scary sight, to be honest, given the form he's been in so far. He hasn't had as much of an impact on Cafe, but Consulate, he had a huge impact, really fragging out. Maybe that's the plan, or those Griswold lines might have another intended strategical effect. We'll see how it's used.
5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
I mean,
and
those
defuse
Grismont
it.
mines, not only do they sort of disturb the vision and the aim of any attackers that walk through them, but they just provide really simple
Bomb
intel as to
located
where a
by
push
attackers.
may be coming from, depending on where Ethan does decide to place them. And even if they are taken out, it'll either take a player to likely go in a risky position and shoot it with their gun, or at the expense of utility, which, let's be honest, Okami don't have a whole lot of. Trying to clear out that utility on top, the mute jammers, the Mozzie pests as well, castle barricades to boot. So that may well be a wise pick here from Ethan.
On top of that, Wildcard have completely changed their strategy. No longer having that horizontal stretch where they're playing around Bakery, but they've extended extensively vertically here. They use a lot of reinforcements to protect dining and train and mining. And all the contest there, Ethan wins that with the Scorpion. That's Jack Daddy saying goodnight. Mangoes will answer back though to make it a 4 versus 4. Again, a lot of aggression here from Wildcard on this middle floor. Even if it stalls out Kami deep into that final minute, it's going to be very dangerous for the attack.
Ippy Style tries to filter down White, but Ethan gets him. Does he get the third? He does. That's Joker taken down. And Raven, that Ella pick so far proving to be very, very deadly. And Cutie and Mangoes are now basically deserted in a 2-on-4. Wildcard can retreat back towards site. And surely this round is unwinnable for Okami.
I just saw the pile of Okami on White Stairs. They all died in pretty much the exact same spot there to Ethan's Scorpion. Look, that's just not a great way for Okami to have pushed it either, because they just all pushed one by one right into the White Stairs. Ethan was there with a very competent gun, but also he had a teammate backing him up, so not many worlds where that was going to go any different way. Mangoes does get one back, which does make it a 2 versus 3. Still a bit of time on the board as well. It's 45 seconds. Got some control near site with Cutie above. Maybe there is a touch of possibility here.
There's a glimmer of hope here for Okami, looking to try and draw the map to a piece. Mangoes, though, has been spotted on that bulletproof camera. Trying to take that out will prove extremely difficult. Cutie might be able to get in position to punch it, but that's going to expose him to the cross towards Freezer. His angle's just being shut down at the moment by Wildcard. Mangoes will attempt the plant, but he himself is taken off the board, and Ethan, he's got him 4. The question is, can he find the ace? The pings are going out. He's waiting above. Can he find the pick? He does. And Ethan will get 5 in the 4th round.
You could kind of just feel that his teammates were trying to give him the call out and let him get that. They weren't peeking, they weren't moving, they just knew. And Ethan was frantically running around on the holes trying to find it. Did get it. Well deserved. 3-1, Wildcard are up. Now, ever since that first round, they have just been so strong on these defenses. That Kitchen defense looked nothing like round 1, and neither did Okami's effort at attacking it.
Ethan so far tonight has been absolutely popping off. I believe he got 14 kills or thereabouts on map number 1, which was Consulate 2. Again, I believe a single death. If that match had have gone longer than 7 rounds, he may well have
Locate and defuse bombs.
beaten his previously set record, but it wasn't meant to be, and I'm sure he's not going to be too disappointed. 7-0 is always great. So far here on the second map, he's going 7-1. We're going to try and replicate that form. Kami just having so many troubles in shutting him down, and they just don't have an answer.
We're seeing Ibisal again being pretty quiet for Okami in these first 4 rounds. He's only able to get 1 kill, in fact. I was talking in the pre-show, I believe it was you that mentioned it, guys, about players stepping up for Okami. And there have been matches where Ibisal, who has been the more regular one to step up for Okami, where he's struggled. And that's when Okami also struggle. They don't have that aggressive fragging player out in the front helping them initiate and open up the round. And it's exactly what they're facing
Attackers have
here
located a
again.
bomb.
I mean, talking about players that are stepping up even again, showing that confidence, going for an incredibly risky spawn peek. It doesn't pay off, but I definitely think it's a reflection of how he's feeling at the moment, just wanting to take on as many gunfights as possible, and really keeps his team's hopes of a 2-0 alive. The more picks he can find, the more demoralizing it really does become here for Okami. So far, it just hasn't really felt like it's been Okami's night, and outside of that 1-round win, it again looking to be wildcards at the moment.
Last time we saw Bar Cocktail defended by Wildcard, they held it dominantly at that. So Okami again going to have to... Ethan lurking
Attackers have dropped the
below.
bomb diffuser.
He is the danger man, and Mangoes has actually been downed with Diffuser. Wildcard maybe able to capitalize, but no, Ibisal does catch Diesel in Cigar. Mangoes may also be recoverable, which could be a very important point here for Okami.
Diffuser dropped as well at the top of red. So that will need to be collected by Okami if they will go for a plan. Does appear as if Cutie on luck will hit the revive, so Mangoes is back up, but a single shot will take him down and out. We're 2 minutes into this round and they are still repelling outside of the lounge here, Raven.
Bomb located by attackers.
Mangoes has finally found himself into shop. Ibisal as well at tree, but it's taken a long time.
Has taken a lot of their time, and that means that they aren't going to have much left for the execute, which we saw happen last time because of the way that Wildcard set up site with so many holes through all those cabinets. There's nowhere safe to plant, and again, they have not been able to disturb anybody playing around Cocktail or important positions. So denial shouldn't be too tricky here for Wildcard given the time left.
Pat just creating some more bullet holes. If that wall gets open into backstore, he has perfect line of sight. Emerin, he's tasked with holding Pixel. A couple of players out there that he needs to be mindful of as Mango creates more angles towards that backstore position. Ibisal gets aggressive and finds one, but is traded out, leaving it in a 4-on-3, and they're just going to go for frags here. Surely Gio and Pat now need to hold out. They're actually at the man disadvantage. 2 players from Okami, so lit, but Cutie does find one. Gio now left to clutch it up. Cutie, a single bullet will take him down. Gio does have that bullet hose, but he can't find the picks, and Okami will take the round.
Just came down to an absolute scrap fight there in that final 10 or so seconds. It's really where a lot of those picks happened. Okami finally get their next round, so they could be looking at a 3-3 half, and I think just considering the form that Wildcard had in the rounds they won, a 3-3 half would feel quite good for Okami.
I definitely agree. I feel like the rounds that Wildcard have won overall have looked a little bit stronger. That said though, of course Okami are on the attack. Expect it to be a little bit more challenging. Especially coming off the back of Consulate, a 3-3
Attackers need
will
to locate and defuse as many bombs
definitely
in
feel good. And to give them some more confidence heading into this defense.
Talk about the stakes as well. I mean, the first map was all about maintaining this battle of who could get first place, and with Wildcard taking that, I believe it is out of reach for Okami now, so it's really a battle for second place for Okami. But even then, I mean, I'm not 100% sure on the math, but when I was having a quick peek in the break, it looks like they won't have the round difference with Sinister. So as far as I can tell, we have essentially the top 3 spots locked in,
5
being
seconds left
Wildcard,
before insertion.
Sinister, and Okami. But don't quote me yet. We'll wait and see at the end of the night, but I'm pretty
Objective is to
confident that's how it
locate
is.
a bomb and defuse it.
Of course, that doesn't mean the teams aren't really fighting for nothing. No one wants to end off the season with a loss. These teams will want to try and muster any sort of momentum that they can carry on to those playoffs. I mean, there could well be a scenario in the playoffs where these two teams play each other once again. Don't want to be having any sort of doubts in the back of your mind, thinking, oh, we had a bad match against them during the season, or any sort of doubt, as I mentioned, in the back of your minds that you don't have what it takes to beat their opponent. I'm sure Okami will want to take a map win here, even if it doesn't mean a whole lot in terms of the standings, but just give them some backing if they end up versing Wildcard again in the playoffs.
And this can help as well. This is a fresh match of learning how your opponent's playing, where they're at, their little play styles and patterns. It does help you set up for a match like in the playoffs. I think it is quite likely that we will see these teams playing off again. Definitely as much of intel gathering as a series as opposed to also just winning in general. Back to the round at hand, though, almost half the round gone. Gaz, and not as much progress made by Okami as probably would be required. Jack Dad does get an opening pick, as I say that, though, onto Ethan, an impact player for Wildcard, so that is a big one there from Jack Dad. They're putting a lot of pressure here onto the top of White Stairs, just where Emorin almost got an ace in the previous round. We saw this held.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Sensor activated.
Geo finds one back onto Mangoes, leaving it now in a 4-on-4. Geo below gathering some intel. Kami won't want to stand still for too long, though, risk being taken out by a C4. Diesel again on the line, holding this position in Cocktail. Ibisal gets very aggressive with the Ash charge. That was pretty silly in the end. Diesel takes him down. Now Wildcard will take the man advantage.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been
Just
dropped.
so much utility to deny projectiles there. Of course, Diesel being the Wamai playing it can pocket up those magnets. Jack Daddy does get Emorin at the top of White, which means Diesel is now super exposed. Pushes through, but a good refrag from Pat at the top of White. Another great rotate to assist his teammate. Final 30 seconds, 2 versus
Attackers
2.
recovered the bomb diffuser.
Slight HP advantage for Okami, and they have to start thinking about this plan.
It's going to come down to who can be more proficient in the refrag department, and so far this evening you'd have to back Wildcard. Only 10 seconds left, and Okami
10 seconds
will
left.
struggle to get that plant down. Cutie's going to force a push at 90. Question is, can he find any picks? These footholds could prove deadly. There's a player to his left. Does he know that? Yes, he vaults and gets the pick. Pat can't refrag that. Cutie forced to stick the plant. Question is, can Joker come? They're both stuck in the corner, but Pat can't find either of them, and Okami will manage to even out the half.
That has got to be huge props to Cutie, just the way that he played that. And I'm a little surprised, maybe some lack of comms or intel from Wildcard. He shot the default in that corridor right before bucking through. Maybe that castle trying to play it a little passive. He looked surprised, if I'm completely honest. So really well played from Cutie to make that play. He got that diffuser down right in the final milliseconds of the round. And 3-3 for the half. I think that works out quite well for Okami in the end.
Of course, now we will see Wildcard on the attack, and they managed to win 6 straight on Consulate. If they bring those deadly pushes, that deadly late round execute again here to Cafe, we could
Attackers
well
need to
see them
locate and defuse bombs.
take this one away. Be intriguing, I think, to see how Wildcard approaches. Will they play a similar playstyle to Consulate, and if they do, how's Okami going to try and deal with that?
Feed active. Whoa, reinforced!
Ethan back on the Ash as well. He had quite a lot of damage on Consulate. You have to be wary of that. They've got some good operators for this first round though, bringing Maya and Jaeger. If his style finally able to play his little Jaeger again, so we'll see whether he gets back into the
Attackers are
game
heading
here.
out to defuse a bomb.
Some comfort, but they've got the one Maya, and the Mute I think is also such an important pick. I talked about it on Consulate, but against Wildcard, I just think you have to constantly be bringing something to deny intel gathering of their attack. Their droning is just too good to let them do it unaffected.
A bomb has been located.
Again, both these teams have qualified for the playoffs, and it's looking like Okami will finish second or third. More than likely third at this stage, which will have an impact on how the seeding will work for the playoffs. But again, neither team wanting to fault here too much on the final play day, trying to carry some momentum into the playoffs. If these teams face off again, they want to be backing themselves. Playoffs is not the time to have doubt. Talking about confidence, Ippy style, back on Jaeger will be at the Christmas tree. Does Diesel know he's there? That's the question. Ippy style, has he been droned out? It doesn't really look like anyone from Wildcard is paying attention to this position. Diesel isn't really aware, I don't think. So this could be very, very, I guess, fascinating to see if Ippy style holds this position.
They do have a drone there. I don't think he's been seen, guys. I think you're right. He's going to rappel in right next to the Jaeger.
Oh, no.
Ippy style does get that pick, easy as you like, but it is refragged from the red stairs. At least Ethan there to capitalize. But importantly, that is the Hibana taken off the board.
Attackers
The HUD
recovered the
reacher.
bomb diffuser.
So no angles through backstore, no rotate into the bar near where the trash bags are. Which means Wildcard are going to have to be able to push a little deeper and get a little bit more control.
Quite unfortunate for Wildcard, who will need now to switch up their attack. Drones head out as they try and find an entry point in towards the site. They will be essentially forced to filter here through the shop door, maybe go for a plant to the left near the chassis, or maybe even a bins. Either way, though, it's going to be quite uncomfortable without that Hibana on the board. And only 30 seconds to go. Cutie finds that pick. Ethan goes to try and refrag. It almost gets shot himself, but that player at Cocktail will miss, and Ethan will take them out. He gets his triple. Could he be on for another ace? Cutie trying to hold him back. He's so low on HP. Jack Daddy finds one. Ethan will find four, and he gets the ace again here for Wildcard. Ethan just cannot be shut down.
Jeez, Ethan is just on fire lately. That's his second ace for the evening. Second ace for the map, in fact. We talked about it in an LFO game just on Tuesday. Mims managed to get 2 aces in a single map, and we wondered whether that had happened before. But now we've seen it twice in the same week. At this stage, I think the Okami game plan is, guys, just shoot Ethan, please.
Okami desperately trying to hold on for time in that previous round, but Ethan just found so many picks there on the entry.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Insane effort from him to moralize for Okami. So close to winning their first
Bomb
defense.
located
They
by
will now be
attackers.
forced to go there again, or they won't be forced to go there again. They will elect to go there again. It's something they attempted on. Look, same site over and over. Didn't really work at all. But we could well see if we're up here on capture.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Very well good.
5
Existing
seconds
here with
left.
this lineup at least, which honestly, I mean, their defense was half decent, right? It really just came down to Ethan fragging out in that previous round. I think there was a lot that Okami did well, but you also have to comment that one thing that won't work out again is Iffy-Style's position on stage. You've got to bet your bottom dollar that Wildcard are going to heavy drone that out this time.
Pretty similar setup here from Okami.
Stop worrying about grenades now.
Again, it wasn't the worst start to the round at all, really. I mean, we had Iffy-Style find the pick onto Diesel, playing the one and only hard breach. Really just fell apart late round. Expect Wildcard to maybe try to be a little bit more proficient and prepared this round. Try to keep Diesel alive. So close to costing them that final round. Really only winning it off the back of Ethan's aggression. So I'm sure they'll be trying to cover him a little bit better on this occasion.
Pretty good intel gathering from Wildcard, of course. It's what we come to expect. Piano is basically theirs now. Diesel, I'm sure he's drone staged, so I'm sure they're very much aware. Immorin is in Cigar. So this is a lot of good map control to take in that first half of the round. It was a tough position there over on the Cocktail balcony extension. Iffy-Style would have almost got a pick onto Immorin. There's something else that Wildcard are going to have to be careful of. This is a lot of pressure to put onto Okami pretty early into the round.
Diesel trying to drone out Pixel. There's a mute jammer halting that, a player at the top of white as well. I think that bathroom wall might be jammed and Diesel is unable to open it. I'm quite sure how Wildcard going to try and deal with that jammer. Is he will now try to open backstore? That may be muted as well. Ethan will try and head that entry. Not really a whole lot he can do, and again, Wildcard are stalled out.
Joker there as well, using the shield to be able to prevent the push through white. This has really stalled out Wildcard. This is really well played from Okami on their defense. Iffy-Style still not spotted out either over on that Cocktail extension. It could be bad for Wildcard here with only 30 seconds to go. They have to start thinking of plan. Iffy-Style, he comes into it just as they finish talking about it. That's Diesel down. He gets Pat as well. 25 seconds, guys. It's not looking good for Wildcard.
Not much time, but we've seen them bring back these before. 15 seconds left now. Ethan again will enter. How many can he find? Doesn't quite find the first there. Over towards Cocktails. Immorin will find his, but there we go. Ethan will get Mangoes. The pistol's out again. He finds Joker. No way. They cannot shut him down. And Cutie again is left inside of bathroom. And if Wildcard gets someone on the skylight, this round will surely be unwinnable for Okami. Cutie's position likely revealed as those shots from the SMG rain out. Immorin on the rappel will head to the roof Raven, and this round is basically impossible to win. And Ethan will get the final kill again. A dominant entry will equate to a round win.
They're just letting him run through the middle of sight. There's so many potential crossfires they could have had that just allowed him to slip through. Okami had done so well for a lot of that defense, but at the final part when they needed to be holding those crossfires, it just slipped away. And now Wildcard are only 2 rounds away from getting the map guns, and importantly 1 round from at least forcing it to overtime. It's going to be starting to put a lot of pressure back onto Okami now.
And I mean, at the halfway point of this map, it felt like Okami we're in touch. But these attacks so far this evening across both Consulate and now Cafe have been incredibly dominant from Wildcard. That late round aggression, those late round pushes, the refragging, the aim, the movement has just all been A+. And unfortunately, Okami unable to shut it down. So far, it has been a rough evening for them. Still an opportunity to bring this map back. As these attacks play out, it begins to look a little bit more unlikely.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, they really have started to have a pretty big rough patch here on those Bar Cocktail defenses. They get it afresh now though with Kitchen. We haven't seen them defend this yet, so they might have some tricks up their sleeves that change the tide for them. But right now, Wildcard are steamrolling ahead. Being Kitchen defense, I think it's likely Wildcard are going to be pushing top down, and actually 2 Kami players up the top at the moment, at least, setting some traps to potentially slow down this attack.
A bomb has been located.
This ball's been left over towards Cocktail. Playing Jaeger. Hasn't been the worst defensive half from him yet, but hasn't been quite as dominant as we have come to expect so far this season. He is one of the top fraggers in 6 Masters. But unfortunately for him and Okami, tonight hasn't really proven that. Joker will try and team up with him over towards the white stairs. Wildcard with some pretty swift map control on the top floor as they will try and eventuate that below, but Geo will find that pick. The C4 does not explode, and Joker is left to sit out the rest of the round.
Oof, that was a sharp shot there from Geo. Half the round delayed. Wildcard still pretty much top floor, and Ippistyle still hanging around on this first floor. Don't think they're aware that it's going to run straight into him. The refrag not possible. He almost gets 3 Guz. But of course, who's the man to step up? It was Ethan. Shuts him down. Let's make it 3 versus 3 though.
If there's anyone you want left to refrag, then it's Ethan. 16 and 3 for him so far. Off the back of one of the most dominant attack halves we've seen in the entire season on Consulate. This round though, currently a 3-on-3. Ethan is low on HP, so the argument could be made Okami have some advantage for the rest of this round. The question is, can they convert it?
Now they really are discovering about this alibi as well. Trying to push towards Frieza. There's a lot of positions here in VIP. Shoots the same Prisma twice, I believe. Gotta be a bit frustrating for him. Looks to be getting aggressive there as the alibi in VIP, but 20 seconds. No clean entry into site. This is definitely going to be tough for Wildcard.
15 seconds to
Stage
go.
of the round.
So many angles for Pat to be shut down from as Diesel actually goes for the plan. It's Ethan now to cover. He finds one. Mangoes, what can he do? Nothing. The plant goes down. Diesel will find another. Now it's a 1-on-1. Mangoes, a single shot will take him down. 2 for Diesel. Mangoes will progress towards the side. Can the pre-fire work? Oh, it doesn't quite. Diesel will find the pick. Wildcard will take the round. It was close, but Okami just unable to convert again.
Yeah, I really thought they had enough control there with such little time to go, but Wildcard still managed to slip through. Ethan found one of those, and Diesel is, of course, one of those players that you would back in those clutch situations. That is Wildcard now on match point, guys. They are up 6-3. Gonna see Okami repeat that site, see if they can make something work.
It was looking good there for Okami. Unfortunately though, Wildcard able to sneak that plant in. Coverage was just enough. And unfortunately, Mangoes didn't quite have the HP to peak that. If he did, he probably would have come out on top.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Wildcard are
as
a
they
round
can.
away now, taking this map and well and truly taking top spot here in 6 Masters. Been a great season from them so far, and they're looking to end this one on a high. Their last season of Pro League, Season 11, wasn't amazing. They had a new roster. They took that time to really rebuild their identity. There was still a little bit of doubt heading into this season if they had what
10 seconds
it
remaining.
would take to make the playoffs or show up as much as they have, but
5 seconds left before insertion.
so far
Attackers
It's
are
only
moving
been a
out to
single
locate a bomb and defuse it.
map loss for them so far, and outside of that, it has been a great season.
Bomb located by attackers.
Alright, so it's up to Akami now. They've got to dig deep here. Stick their heels in and get 3 rounds in a row so they can force this map to overtime.
Attackers
Are going to
have
be
located a
roaming
bomb.
quite extensively, in fact, for a kitchen defense, which is what they were doing in the previous round. Nippy Style did manage to find 2. Joker was the first one to die, thanks to a bullet from Geo. He's captured a drone as well, so there's a little bit of extra intel there. That's also not a common spot to be droned out for this clear. Might work out for Rippy Style.
I wonder if... I was so confused. I was about to say, I wonder if Ippy Style's been droned, and then I was like, well, yeah. Yeah, let's move on. It's obviously Mozzie drone, so it wouldn't matter. Wow. Amazing. Anyway, though,
Good one.
we're almost getting... We're almost getting close to the halfway point in this round, and Wildcard will now look to try and flash out any players that are roaming. Ippy Style could be in an engagement soon at Pillars. That is Ethan, the danger man for Wildcard, but he will scathe away, and Ippy Style can't find the pick. Diesel finds himself one. That's Mango's taken off the board, and Wildcard, they're edging closer and closer to this map win.
And that really negated the lethalness that could have occurred from Ippy Style. That being said, Joker is going to be lethal with that C4 into Diesel. It's hard breacher off again, so that's pretty critical. Of course, the clutch player from the previous round, no longer able to have further impact. That does get Joker in return, though, and Ippy Style cannot win a gunfight with Ethan. 2 versus 4,
Attackers have
guys.
recovered their diffuser.
Cutie and Jack Daddy to try and hold on here. Wildcard win this round. They will finish at the top of the standings. They will finish off what has almost
Attackers
been
dropped the bomb
a
diffuser.
flawless season.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Cutie and Jack Daddy with a tall order. 30 seconds to work with. Cutie tries to shoot that drone. His position will now be revealed to that player on brown stairs. Anyone coming down red could cut him off as well. And there we go. He's shut down. And now it's
15
Jack
seconds to
Daddy.
go.
Left in a 1 versus 4 wildcard, looking to try and close out Cafe, but they can't. Jack Daddy finds 2. He is eventually refragged though, and wildcard will shut down Okami, taking the map in the end. And what a great season it's been.
Capping it off nicely, Wildcard, with that map win. We said they might be lethal on Cafe, and 7-3 is a pretty lethal scoreline. Does cement them first place, and also cements Okami third place, in fact, behind Sinister in second. And guys, that was a strong match from Ethan. Look at that, 18-5.
Wildcard is so potent on their attacks. They won every single attack on Consulate, every single attack on Cafe. That equates to 10 rounds straight on their attacks. Not a single one dropped throughout the entire evening. And heading into the playoffs, that is very scary for some of these other teams.
It is. They are in such good form. They really presented strongly tonight against Okami, who are by no means a weak opponent. I mean, on the other hand, it's hard to gauge exactly whether that was also Okami having a bad game or simply Wildcard just running over the top of them. Regardless, Wildcard are looking deadly going into playoffs.
And I mean, outside of maybe one team playing badly or the other playing really well, there's also the factor of maybe Okami, you know, saving strats if you would, but I don't think that those scorelines can really be attributed to that. Even if you're playing basic default strategies, you're probably going to be a little bit more proficient than that. It wasn't like Wildcard were bringing anything too crazy to the board, so Okami really should have dealt with some of that better, I think.
The only crazy that Wildcard were bringing was Ethan. And outside of that, you're right, like it was pretty much what you would call classic Wildcard, and Okami just so badly struggled to deal with that. And a lot of it came down to the teamwork, which we highlighted quite a lot in the pre-show. At every instance, every gunfight, Wildcard were there, somebody backing them up. There was just the odd occasion that maybe Ethan was off by himself or running deep to just gun it out, and that just managed to work out for him. But outside of that, Wildcard were just doing such a good job of playing together, backing each other up, and they were trading at almost every instance.
And I mean, we're definitely hyping up Wildcard and Ethan's ability to refrag, but one thing that really stood out to me, not as much really on Cafe, was actually Consulate. Their ability to take out utility quickly and efficiently was nuts. And keep in mind, on both maps, Thatcher was off the board. So they used the remaining tools that they had, whether that was, lifeline impacts, frag grenades, whatever it was. They were super efficient in taking out any utility, whether that be hard breach denial, intel gathering, whatever the case was. And that didn't leave a lot for Okami to work with.
Yeah, very thorough from them and just thought out. They never rushed in through any of these attacks. We saw it so many times, just with their drones in good little spots, found that utility, figured out the most efficient way to clear it, and it just felt like there were never any answers for that.
Well, we do have our first interview of the night ready. It is Sentis from Okami.
Hello
G'day, mate.
there, guys. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Look, I'm just going to come straight out of the gates. Were you guys saving strats tonight, yes or no?
What? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Were you guys saving strats, yes or no?
Yes and no. So obviously we didn't want to go 7-0. That was not planned, but we purposefully went on defense first on Consulate. They picked it, so we could decide, and we were aware that that we haven't changed anything on it yet. Or that we haven't implemented the strats yet, and that they're going to be aware of what we're doing. They saw our game yesterday, the day before. And so it was pretty clear that they're going to probably 5-1 in that direction as it went against Elevate as well. So that wasn't surprising at all. It wasn't planned to lose 7-0, obviously, but we just didn't put ourselves in the right position. And this time we sadly weren't able to come back as we did 2 nights ago. Happens. I don't think we're too upset about it. We secured our spot in the top 3, and yeah, we're pretty happy with that, I guess.
Yeah, I want to just ask a little bit about Cafe. You ended up choosing that for your map selection, and you guys started pretty strong on it, but it never really stuck. Maybe tell us a little bit about your decision to take Wildcard to Cafe.
I think it was just a momentary decision. We were deciding between 2 maps and was just like, okay, we rather want to play this right now. And we didn't really prepare much for Cafe against them. It was one of the maps we were just generally good at and we can play, we feel comfortable on. This time it just didn't work out. That's unlucky. We should have prepared better, especially for more maps because of the ban system, which is, I have to say it, but sadly it's a little bit shit. And so we just prepared for 3 maps and in the end decided to pick another map than we were planning because we just didn't feel like playing that map and it just didn't work out that well in the days before. And we should definitely not have lost Cafe like we did, but in the end, yeah, can't change it, doesn't change much for us, and yeah, was unlucky.
Well, of course, Okami, you guys don't have an organization to represent you, but you do have a lot of fans out there. What would you like to say to those that have been backing you for this season and, of course, heading into the playoffs?
Thank you so much for everyone who's been supporting us, especially behind the scenes, Candor and Caliber Jacob, both amazing people. Candor just made this for us, a little shirt, some merch, if anybody likes us enough. It's the 6 Masters edition of Okami merch. So if you want to support us, if you want to show us some love, get that. It looks amazing. Designs are amazing. And yeah, besides that, thank you so much for everybody who's been supporting us. We might not be Oracleless anymore at the start of the new split, but we'll see. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to be first place next season. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, all the best at the playoffs. Hopefully we talk soon. See you, man.
See ya.
Ooh, Org. Ooh.
Bit of a tease there from Sentis. But yeah, they can just focus now on playoffs and be ready for that. It's the beauty about having the playoffs is they just needed to be in it. They now know where they're placed. They can start getting ready. And it does make it quite spicy that these guys will potentially be having a rematch in the playoffs. We won't know, but at some stage you would think that Okami and Wildcard will probably cross paths again.
And I mean, I'm definitely expecting that to be a closer match. I mean, even in Sentis' own words, they said that they weren't really expecting massive things tonight. They knew, especially on Consulate, that Wildcard had that really recent intel on them. They didn't really try and bring anything too crazy to the board. Of course, they didn't want it to end 7-0, but at the same time, they weren't pushing overly hard for that map win. So come playoffs, when they're both better prepared, it should make for an interesting matchup.
Yeah, and let's start talking about the side of Wildcard. I mean, they've now gone through such a solid season of 6 Masters leading into playoffs. And again, they will be thinking about their opponents ahead, which they may find out later tonight. We do have an exciting series, but Wildcard themselves, they have had such a strong season.
Indeed, they have. We do have Silex on the line. Let's say hello. Silex, a great season. You only dropped the 1 map throughout. How are you guys feeling, and how are you guys feeling heading into the playoffs?
Yeah, it was a good season all up. Yeah, feeling pretty good for the playoffs. It's still a while away, so a lot of stuff to work on. Can never get complacent. Always got to improve.
Yeah, look, you guys put on a really dominant display tonight. You chose Consulate. I guess I just want to ask a little bit. Was there any big rationale behind playing Consulate against Okami? Was it purely the fact that you saw them play it on Tuesday?
I mean, that does factor into a lot of things. It's unlikely that they'll change too much over the course of a couple of days. So we kind of went in kind of knowing what they're going to do. And it's always been one of our good maps, I think. So we're quite confident on it. But yeah, like 7-0 was a pretty strong performance by the guys.
Yeah, speaking of strong, I don't know, is there something that's in Ethan's water? I think we want to find out the secret, because he has had such a good season for you guys. I don't know whether you want to maybe talk a little bit about anything that Ethan's done differently this season, or your roles, and maybe how that's facilitated his play.
Ethan's always been a really strong player. He's got a big brain behind him. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about that. Just incredible performance by him tonight. 2 aces. That clutch with that pistol for the last kill. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, of course, you guys will lock in first place. You'll be heading to the playoffs. We don't know exactly all the teams that will be going there, but is there one team in particular that you're really looking forward to taking on?
So 3 of the positions are locked in place. Just don't know the last one. I don't know. It'd be nice to play Sinister again. With Derp on the lineup, it's just like a little bit of rivalry, I guess. But yeah, still love the guy, of course.
Awesome. Well, we'll have to wait and see. All the best at the playoffs, Silex. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Bye. Yeah, like a little bit of rivalry. And I mean, we talked about that a little bit earlier. Wildcard taking on Sinister. Could be a really interesting matchup. I'm sure if we see that, that'll be a real barn burner.
Look, I really would be excited to see that matchup again at whatever stage it comes in the playoffs. I think Sinister were a little bit frustrated they didn't do better against Wildcard back at the start of the season. And I know a lot of that came down to the fact that that was really their first time competing with Derp. I know he was brought in very late in terms of 6 Masters for that team. And we've clearly seen how their form has progressed throughout the season. So I think Sinister would be really backing themselves into that series, and I think it would be a really exciting match.
Well, that does wrap up this series between Wildcard and Okami. But on the other side of the break, it's the battle for the playoffs. It's Ferox taking on LFO.
10 seconds left. Attackers will drop the bomb. Attackers drop the diffuser.
Well, Wildcard asserted their dominance and defeated Okami 2-0 in convincing fashion, but Raven, it's time for the big matchup. It's Ferox taking on Alipho. Both of these teams battling it out to make the playoffs.
Stakes are huge in this second series, guys, because there is one spot left in playoffs, 4th place, and it's down to these teams to fight it out for it. A 2-0 either side will secure it outright and comfortably. Otherwise, it gets a little bit complicated.
Complicated indeed. Of course, both these teams don't want to leave anything to chance. They will both be battling super hard for the 2-0, but that is going to be one hard 2-0 to obtain. Both these teams heading into this are pretty evenly matched.
They are. They've both had an equally good season. We've seen some fantastic matches from both of these teams. Ferox have taken out some big opponents. LFO coming in through the open qualifiers, taking maps off Wildcard, Elevate, Okami. That is nothing to be discredited at all. And so here they are now fighting for a chance to do it again in playoffs.
I think that's the big storyline for me, is either of these teams could take the cake. It's time to look at the Ferox roster and see who they're bringing for tonight. It's a lineup rather that has had some inconsistent results at times, and they're really looking to bounce back of what was a pretty iffy performance against Team Sinister.
Yeah, they really didn't have a great week or match at all against Sinister. I mean, it was 5-7, 5-7 on both of those maps. Not able to close out either of them. They're going to have their final chance to make playoffs here. Some big plays from a lot of these guys. Deptra in particular, one of the newest on the roster, has been stepping up a lot, as has Sushi. And Warden as well, proving to be the ever elusive, getting a lot of frags along the way.
And of course, Todd was one of the newest members actually to join this roster, despite having a lot of experience in previous competitive Siege. He's slotted relatively nicely into this squad. I think it would be a little bit preemptive to say that maybe he's fit in perfectly, but I think for the amount of time that they really had to work with him leading into this season, he's done a pretty decent job.
Yeah, he has. It started off pretty rough for him. I remember right at the back at the start of Six Masters, it looked like he was really struggling to find exactly where he fits in, but recently he's put in some much better performances, and it's helped Ferox really get to this point.
While they are the underdogs, it's time to have a look at the LFO lineup. I know they get a lot of love in the chat. The question is, can they provide the goods here this evening? They need to take basically 2 maps to secure that playoff position, but I mean, they may well have what it takes.
They really could. They've taken down big opponents in front of them really back at the start of the season as well. They've had the occasional off map here and there, but it's time for them to really show that they are worth playoff contention. One player to look out for, as I'm sure is going to be talked about a lot, is Mims. Boy, oh boy, did he have a huge series on Tuesday against Kanga. Just absolutely carving it up, fragging out from not fragging roles. I mean, playing Thatcher is, you could say, almost flex because he does have good weaponry, but more often support. He's definitely not a player to mess with.
Yeah, and I think someone else to really highlight on that roster is in fact not even a player. It's Enigma, their coach. He's the person on their team that has been presented to us in all of the interviews. And I really like the way he goes about stuff. He seems quite confident. He likes to back his boys going into these matchups. And I'm sure that this team needs as much confidence as they can muster going into tonight, because any shadow of doubt could cost them pivotal maps.
Yeah, I think their coach is rightly named Enigma because he is quite the Enigma. But yes, he is good at managing his team and hyping them up, I'm sure. And he does put a lot of good insight into those interviews. Look, LFO are going to need every little thing possible to hype them up for this. We questioned that maybe they were dealing with a lot of pressure in the Kanga series. I mean, they did actually lose to Kanga in that second map, which was, of course, Kanga's only map victory for the entire season. So they can't let pressure get to them here.
Well, both of these teams have their strong maps. Let's see what they take off the board and try and counter the other's play style. It's going to be Villa taken off the board there by Team Ferox, and then LFO will take off Cafe. For me, this is pretty interesting because this leaves other maps on the board, such as Clubhouse, which we know both these teams have played quite a bit.
Yeah, I think the Villa ban is good from Ferox. It is a strong map for LFO that we really haven't seen a lot of. I'm just looking back at their record now. Played it once against Okami, and that was the map they beat Okami on. So Ferox not really wanting to risk that, probably not a map they play a lot of. Cafe has been a solid pick for Ferox, and you know what? I'm actually kind of thinking that it's maybe more LFO just not wanting to play it because they have had some shaky performances.
Well, let's roll through the picks and see where we end up this evening for the best of two. Clubhouse will end up being selected by Team Ferox, and LFO will head us to Coastline. And Coastline for me is a very scary one because that was where Mims, as you mentioned earlier, absolutely decimated Kanga.
Yeah, and I mean, a direct comparison there. Ferox played against Kanga on Coastline, and they won it 8-7. Super, super close. They were really on the brink of losing that map, whereas we just talked about it, LFO 7-3'd Kanga in that map. So maybe just weighing that up, LFO feel like they've got the measure on Ferox going into that one.
And I mean, it's actually great that both these teams' most recent opponents are Sinister and Kanga. It actually gives us a lot to sort of work off here. Both these teams, in fact, actually played on Clubhouse against Team Sinister, and both of them lost. Ferox was a little bit closer. It was 5-7. LFO, it was actually 3-7. So, I mean, just looking at raw numbers, you'd have to back in Team Ferox. It's also their map pick. But this is shaping up, I think, to be an incredibly close series.
Yeah, and I mean, you also can't shake off the fact that LFO in week 1, they absolutely smacked Elevate on that map. It was 7-2, and by all rights, they looked strong on Clubhouse, and they weren't able to fully replicate it for the rest of the season, but it doesn't mean that they can't redo it again here against Ferox.
Well, it's time to see what you folks at home think. Who is the favorite heading into tonight? As we look at the poll, it's going to end up being Team Ferox. And also some really strong support there for the draw, which I think I might have picked as well. So again, a draw may not be enough for LFO to make the playoffs. It goes down to raw numbers in the end. The most beneficial scenario for LFO is to win both maps. So for those of you that back them, well, you're going to have to hope they actually get the 2 maps.
Yeah, again, we talked about it. It's basically 2-0 for either team outright. Just straight up secures in that spot. Going a 1-1 leaves it open for chance and a whole lot of maths that we're not going to get into too deeply right now. But regardless, again, LFO going to be fighting for that 2-0. And given the veto, I really do think it is possible for LFO to get that.
The time has come. Team Ferox taking on LFO. It's the battle for the playoffs. Hold on to your seats. This one's going to be an absolute barn burner.
Hard one to predict as well. Really could go either way. They're both neck and neck on standings, which is why they are here, basically. So being able to pull out some really strong performances in the regular season. Clubhouse Thatcher ban coming out is going to make it harder to deal with walls, deal with hatches, and the Hibana ban means that Maverick is going to be seeing a pretty high pick rate, I would say.
That will likely be the case, and that's 3 out of 3 maps tonight. We're going to see Thatcher banned. It'll come down to which attacking side can be more proficient in taking out some of that utility. Mirror will follow up suit. Again, trying to deny some of the intel that can be gathered by these defenders. That will be followed up, of course, by the final ban. LFO will take Echo off the board.
So intel denial is the name of those defense bans, and a frustration clearance, not wanting to deal with clearing out a mirror or an echo can be quite the pain on Clubhouse. So just get it out of here. Don't worry about it. It's going to be LFO starting on defense as well. Going to be starting on Gym Bedroom, which isn't quite the common starting place on this map.
Quite peculiar. I mean, we did talk to Enigma. I'm pretty sure it was Enigma, right? He mentioned that they brought out a strategy on this side and it worked, if I'm remembering correctly. I hope I'm remembering correctly for their sake. And they'll be hoping that Ferox hasn't read into it, because it wasn't that long ago that they actually did play this map. This is, of course, their second outing this week.
To locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Due to the reschedule. And I'll have to be mindful of that Ferox hasn't read too much into what could be a readable defensive setup.
Bims on the Ella could be quite a deadly pick. We saw it work out earlier for Ethan playing that Ella. Actually popped off on that round that he was on the operator, so we'll see whether it works out for Mims in this instance. And those Grismont mines can be not just an annoyance for the attack, but a really good source of intel on the defense. Essentially is what they are playing it for. They'll also be getting extra intel with this Valkyrie.
Attackers are
Zogs has
heading out to
two
defuse
cameras
the
in the
bomb.
pocket. He
Cameras
may
to the
throw
left,
both
the
out.
area of
Sometimes
operation.
the defenders will
Attackers
throw
have found the
two out.
Attackers
And once
have
the attackers
recovered
clear
their
one, they may believe it's clear. On this occasion, Sogs only throws the single camera outside that window and will pocket another. Place that inside of Con. I'm liking this setup from Mims though, over towards the main stairs on Allah. That's quite the intriguing setup. I don't think I've really seen a shield used there too often.
Now we'll allow him to be able to control that nice and early. No wall denial means that Sushi is just going to open this straight up with his exothermic charge. Able to drone straight through as well, so not wasting too much time here are Ferox. Gemma at the top of the stairs means that maybe Mims' position will take a little bit longer to be revealed. Regardless, that shield will be
Attackers bomb
spottable
diffuser has been
instantly.
dropped.
Ferox also looking like they are going to prioritize taking over towards the jacuzzi balcony, which I would say is probably Warden's first task to get that nice and open, which puts a lot of pressure onto the defense at that stage.
Sushi, of course, playing on the Thermite. You mentioned him pre-game as one of the stronger players on this team, and he was pretty devastated in the last interview when they struggled to get a map win against Team Sinister. Looking for a turn of fortune here, trying to, again, get themselves into the playoffs. Currently outside the 4, but they have a great opportunity to make it here in the final play days. Nasty gets the first pick. Warden will get one back, though. It's a great grenade from him.
And again, that was Warden that opened up that jacuzzi wall nice and early with that Maverick trick. Todd there to sledge it open. Means they've got some really solid control now.
Attackers recovered the bomb
Very close to
diffuser.
sight. Bathroom position pretty critical. Has been retaken by Angmo. But there is no shortage of frag grenades on that side to be able to manage that.
Angmo gets naded as well. Will he be taken out? No, but he will be taken down with the second. So it is a 3-on-3 with under a minute to go. The push now begin from Ferox. The castle barricade on the gym door is taken down. Angles towards bathroom created as well. Hills could pose a problem though from Secret, as Todd does find Mims, so that is him off the board. Nasty's low on HP, but is in a very peculiar position below and couldn't find a pick on the vaulting. Hills just needs to stay alive, but he gets taken down. Todd, with a great start to this map, has found 3 so far, and Nasty needs to hold out for 30 seconds. He has the C4, but from the main stairs, he is taken down. Todd with a 4K, and it's a great start here for Team Ferox.
Was a good start, just beautifully efficient. They didn't take any time at all opening CCTV with that Thermite, and then they didn't take any time at all opening it with the Maverick Sledge combo. Cleared out bathroom multiple times, and then it was just done at that stage. LFO were never really able to properly retake the site. But well played by them, Todd having a big one, and it means that LFO aren't going to replay it, deciding just to go down to Church Arsenal.
A little bit of a concerning start here for LFO, going to an off-meta side and losing it. They're a team that, during a few points in the season, have
Protect your bombs from being defused by
seemingly crumbled
attackers.
under pressure, and they don't want that pressure mounting too early here. And there already is pressure. The stakes are as high as they ever have been. That goes for both teams. And the one that can get that early lead should be able to alleviate that at least a little bit. It's important that LFO don't let too many rounds slide.
On their defenses, they'll want to be staying in touch. See how they go with this Church Arsenal. Combo there with the
Left before
and
insertion.
Mozzie means that they will be able to deny a lot of intel gathering from Ferox.
5 seconds left.
Slow it down a bit. It looks like Nasty is going to be staying up on the top floor here for quite the roam.
Locate
Sogs
and defuse the
assisting
bomb.
in that Mutant Mozzie combo. Normally you would see a castle paired to complete the roam strategy that you see here. Not bringing the castle this time means that the rotate back just could be a little bit more sketchy.
Hills again playing quite aggressively off site towards top blue. Sogs and Nasty teaming up at the main stairs as well. LFO not afraid to get in the face of Ferox, and it's a playstyle that has been hit or miss for them so far in this season, but when it works, boy does it work. Hills is in a very unorthodox position inside of stock. Ferox will need to be mindful that he is sitting there.
Ferox quite efficiently droning out close to this bar. I mean, Steptra is on the hunt for Sogs and Nasty, but they've both actually gone back to site. So Ferox just being very careful here. But like you said, Hills potentially not spotted out so far in stock, and if they aren't careful, it would mean bad things. Nobody really in a danger position just yet. Clear of top floor has only just occurred. Warden and Todd are the ones doing that job. That means that they can now start working on hatches.
Hills probing inside of stock. How many can he find? He whiffs on the first, but will eventually secure that kill. Can he find a second towards bar? No. Sushi will win that engagement. Not much HP. He needs to be mindful of any C4s below. He'll be taken out quite easily. But he does have the potential to open more of these hard breach walls or hatches. Church wall could well be one of those if Ferox want to go for that style execute.
Very important that Sushi is actually low HP, so it won't take too much from the contest below to take him out. Warden is going to be able to open up the Moto hatch though. They will have pretty quick access to Church. They've got under a minute to play. Sushi looks like he's going to be opening Church wall, so really indicating here Church looks like their execute position.
Bomb diffuser has been
But
dropped.
Sushi has been downed at least. It was low. A singular shot. Pretty sketchy spot to try and pick him up from, but they're going to attempt it. Oh no, he's whipping the shots, but Mims does get shade. 30 seconds now, guys.
Critically, Sushi was actually picked up and will now be able to open the wall. Ferox don't have the man advantage. A couple of their players critically low on HP as well. Nasty can surely spray them down. You might be able to see that diffuser in front of him as well, and he gets the first. That's Sushi. How many more can he find? That's two. He can't find the third as Sogs will clean it up and LFO will get one back.
A bit worried for them when the Kaid whiffed on the collection there, the revive. But not to be. Nasty playing beautifully around that wall. Give Ferox the look in. 1-1. Looks like we're in for a good contest so far, Guz. Means LFO on the trot will rotate through their sites up to CCTV cache this time.
Three unique sites in a row here, attempted by LFO. A stark contrast to some other teams, namely Okami, who earlier in the night attempted the same site 3 times. And I mean, without looking at round history, I think it would be a safe bet to say that LFO are a team that aren't afraid to keep mixing up their site choices on the defense. And I like that. I think it's a sign of a confident team, a positive team on this defense, ready to try and continually throw off Ferox and try not to get them in too much, or try not to let them get too much of a rhythm on the attack.
Agree with that sentiment, and I mean, this was Ferox's map pick, but we've said it. It's generally actually quite a good map also for LFO. I think even though Ferox might be coming with this some confidence, it's definitely not going to be a pushover. I think if you ever give LFO a sniff of this momentum, they've shown time and time again that they can run away with that.
Sushi again on Thermite, diffuser in hand. He's outside of garage, expecting to get some work done quite soon to try and cut down the garage rotate. Sogs, meanwhile, could find himself in an engagement with Shade, who, using that gap in the barricade, has Ash charged somewhere towards that. Not particularly sure. Sogs unable to really contest that as Warden is now Maverick tricking the wall. So a lot being done here by Ferox, trying to prepare themselves for the execute.
Warden is having a tough time finishing off this wall. Can't quite see exactly where it's still connected. Getting zapped in the moment of it as well. He's actually lost about 35, 40 HP just trying to get this open. This could be really critical here if they aren't able to finish it off. If she's just going to end up thermiting it in the end, and a bit of a waste of blowtorch and time.
Critically though, it is opened up. Ferox with just over half the round now to convert an attack. Scans will head out and try and gather intel. Now in towards CCTV. It is clear. There is a player on rafters. There is players inside of Cash, which will make this difficult.
Definitely hard pushing Garage now. Todd and Shay down, teaming below. Trying to figure out what to do with rafters. Todd probably looking to get a frag grenade, but Hills here in Oil Pit. This could really be detrimental to Ferox if they don't check or haven't droned. Todd does get the nade onto Mims. That's important there. Oil Pit checked by Sushi, and he does down and take out Hills. That's beautifully played. Ferox with a solid man advantage now in this final minute.
Great game sense there from Sush to net the kill. LFO left in a 3-on-5. Sogs is going to try and retake this position. Keep in mind, going up that ladder will be incredibly risky, and you'll have to go late by that stage. It might not be enough. Player outside the breach is nasty. Will gas the top of rafters, being stunned once again. Sogs has actually made his way up here. This could be massive. He taps one. How many more can he find? There's a player to his left. He finds that one as well. Diffuser has gone down in the meantime. That player has been downed as well. LFO could bring this round back, but Sogs is shut down by Shade. And now Angmo is left on a 2-on-1. He secures the first. This is going to be an incredibly difficult retake, Raven.
Yes, very tough positions to deal with. They have a direct crossfire basically here. Gonna have to try and peek out, but the holes will have assist that player on repel. That is Deptra. Ferox answer back with another round. They go up 2-1.
Great setup there by Ferox, and the post plant nets them that round win. Sogs through Oil Pit almost tore it to shreds, but it wasn't quite enough. Been a solid start for Ferox so far. Of course, keep in mind that Maverick has been left on the board, which theoretically won't lean this map too heavily defender-sided. So I can definitely envision a scenario here where the half is incredibly close. And it hasn't felt like any of these rounds have been particularly convincing one way or the other.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
There's still a long way to go, I suspect.
I agree. It really doesn't feel like either of these teams are out in front at this stage. I mean, the scoreline says Ferox is, but right now both teams feel quite even. I think that's really true to the series we've got here. The fact that they are fighting the 4th spot in playoffs.
Of course, heading into tonight, Alpha and Ferox evenly matched at the bottom of the table, just above Kanga, 15 points apiece. A win in this series, so 2 maps in a row for either one will be enough to secure them in the playoffs. If it ends in a draw, then it will end in some complex math, and we'll have to wait for the result. I like that verticality inside of Bathroom. I think so many players don't actually even know that that floor is breakable, so it is good to see it be utilized, because I very rarely, never see it in ranked, and very rarely see it played in comp.
Calling it a rarity. And look, I tell you what should be a rarity is the fact that Mims is like 30 HP in prep phase. Must have ran in front of a smoke shotgun. Saw him running around during the setup low HP and had no idea what happened to him, but usually is one of those SAS operators. That's the culprit. Again, Ferox really efficient here. Going to be able to open up CCTV and put some pressure straight in towards Cash. I'm sure Warden is probably also working on Jacuzzi, which is the case there. Sogs is trying to deter that from happening fast.
Bomb located by attackers.
But it's still quite efficient here in this first minute.
Frag grenades again being utilized here by Warden. Talking about grenades, the gas grenade from Sogs will delay that Maverick trick. It's a strategy that we have seen a lot of smoke mains utilized recently. Place it on the wall, it will go through and delay that push. Very nasty angle there from Sogs trying to find a pick. Also trying to find a pick on the main window. Doesn't find either though. In the meantime, the wall has been made soft and Ferox could head this attack. Oh, Sogs narrowly missed his Todd. This wasn't meant to be.
Oh, and now Maybe him alive isn't meant to be because that's going to get Ash charged. And also, Frag Grenade was looking like it's getting cooked by the Maverick onto the side. Might not be wise for Sogs to be sticking around here for much longer. Not sure. No nades coming through. They're going to be burning those ADSs. Aggress is out in the end. I mean, he was probably going to die to a Frag Grenade if he sit in that corner. Either way,
that's
Hills fights
That's
back
Hills with the
finally.
run out. That was all the way from Strip. I saw him run across there earlier in the round, and it looks like it has paid off. He makes his way back towards side. He doesn't get cut off. That's a great play from Hills. Really gives his team a fighting chance for the rest of the round.
Yeah, it does. It was really against the grain frag there. Deptra gets another though. So solid man advantage now, guys, in the final 30 seconds. All up to Angmo and Hills, both full HP. Oh, he downs Warden on the entry. 20 seconds to go. See how it ends up.
Oh, Hills gets aggressive and will find one. Misses the second narrowly, and now Angmo needs to clutch up. There's not a lot of time here for Ferox. Two of their players one shot. This is well and truly winnable. But the cross, it's being held. The diffuser being stuck. Surely this is unwinnable. And there we go. Sushi goes massive at the end there. Ferox will take the round.
Really could have been changed by Hills. If he managed to get that double on the entry of the breach, really could have been an entirely different situation, but not to be. This is the first time that we are seeing one of these teams win a consecutive round, 2 in a row for Ferox. Second time that LFO are unsuccessful in Gym Bedroom.
And again, a lot of these attacks really being centered around that Maverick. Been incredibly efficiently utilized by Ferox so far. Jacuzzi wall early round was open, exposing the defense of LFO, who despite putting up a really good fight, narrowly will lose that round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's up to them now to try and stay in touch. Another round here for Ferox could really start to apply some pressure on LFO.
It looks like it's a repeat of the lineup as well from LFO on this bomb site, and bringing that Mute and Mozzie combo, Nasty and Sogs, but while going the castle on the rotate down, they didn't really hard hold it last time, so
10 seconds left.
yes, identifying that the rotate down late in the round or mid-round is way too sketchy for them to play. We'll see where Hills plays out of this time, because playing in stock, he did net himself 1 kill before rotating. Not gonna be able to get away with that again, that's for sure.
LFO may be able to afford a draw, but as Ferox take more and more rounds, that really starts to slip away. They need to be bringing this one back as quickly as possible. Talking about being quick, Warden already working this Jacuzzi wall. A peek to the left and a vault entry to the right. He's not actually drawing. He's using that torch quite efficiently, and there we go. Ferox already entering.
A nice swift entry vertically. Sogs is persisting there. Going down cash stairs now though. Angmo playing in storage to support. And Hills is playing around stock lounge again. Trying to mess with Ferox a little bit on this clear. Hills actually playing bottom floor at the moment into oil pit. Might be looking for a mid-round flank or late-round flank. And Ferox just not sparing any ounce of thoroughness here. He's running out the entirety of the top floor and taking almost half the round to do so.
Todd heading the entry here inside of CCTV, going 6-2 so far. Been a solid map for him thus far, as he tries to hunt down Sogs. And talking about Sogs, he has been lit up. Hills to try and cover him inside of Garage as he falls down oil pit. Hills now left to retake. The question is, has Ferox thrown this out? Are they aware of this position? Todd does find the first pick though. Again, mounting the pressure on LFO.
Really could be detrimental there if they haven't realized that Hills is in catwalk. He's going to pounce onto Deptra. Was low HP anyway. Drone comes out and finally does spot Hills. They're not going to know whether he's gone up or down. He's going to persist in Garage Guards, not rotating back to site right now. Not sure if anybody from Ferox is willing to deal with it all. They're actually just going to go straight to site, guys. It's a rush. Straight into Arsenal. 3 versus 3, and they are on site.
Sushi going for the plant. Shade and Warden to cover blue, and Shade gets the first. How many more can he find? Will that diffuser go down? It does. Sogs has actually been downed as well, so Hills from Oil Pit is left in a 3-on-1, and he gets flashed. More utility is being sent out. Ferox, I don't think, know exactly where he is positioned. Hills will try and pounce on Shade playing the AK. Or he misses the shot initially and will be taken down by Shade, and Ferox with the rush will take round number 5.
It was a really great read. They just saw that there was so many of these LFO players trying to make something happen off site, and they just thought, you know what, let's not mess around, let's just go. And they took those gunfights on site. It was only 2 at that stage. Got them on there beautifully, and the plant went down. I really like that from Ferox, showing some great teamwork and good adaptation and analysis. And right now, in the last round of the half, I could be looking at a 5-1 half, which would be a fantastic way to start Clubhouse.
Again, LFO potentially falling into the trap of overextending their playstyle, over-aggressing a little bit. Yes, Hills did find a pick, but he didn't have any impact late round. And nor really did Sogs either, who was lit up early on the roam. Might be a case of LFO needing to just tame this back a little bit. I guess the question is, have they identified that as a potential issue, or will they try and persist with their trademark aggression?
To bring it back, we talked about the pressure of this match. Neither of these teams really would have experienced the kind of pressure on them right now. Because it really is do or die. Get both map wins and you get playoffs. But Ferox are the ones that are probably better equipped to deal with that. There is a lot of experienced players on Ferox that have been in similar pressure positions before. LFO, this is their first season of something of competitive at this level. And also now they are facing a chance of playoffs. That's a different kind of pressure to any other regular season match. That might be what's causing them to struggle just that little bit.
Hills does have some experience in this position, of course, playing for Acme, participating in the last Six Masters LAN tournament. Had some decent success. A little bit of a different lineup to what we see today, but I'm sure that experience will be transferable, and he'll be a cool mind heading into this one. He knows what it takes in these high pressure scenarios. He really needs to try and feed that to the rest of his teammates, and they can bounce off it. Ferox so far though, have definitely been in control.
And pretty efficient getting in for Ferox, and they're being quite thorough not to be caught out by LFO early phase. I think LFO would have learnt their lesson from the last round. Banking too much offsite. Ferox are, you know, they're a little bit too smart for that. They read into that bait and they just avoided it completely. Complete change of tack here from LFO all on site. Does mean though that Ferox have taken some ground, but I mean they've taken quite a bit of time to do so. A bit over half the round now.
And we're getting aggressive over towards stairs. Will deny a drone again, trying to shut down any info for Ferox to work with. Not sure whose C4 that is placed above that. That could net a kill kitchen. Oh, that was close. It actually does net it down. Todd is taken down by Agmo. Good communication there from LFO to secure that kill, and that's a great early pick.
Now, so no more vertical play from that sledge either. Sushi going to be the risky play of the exothermic charge going down, getting electrified, so not going to be the play there at all. Going to get out of that. Electric coming on at the right time. Warden finds a pick to make it a 4 versus 4. That was in dirt, so something they're going to have to worry about. Sushi will finally get the kitchen hatch open. 30 seconds to go, guys.
The lifeline impacts didn't hit the mark, so he places it on the ground and it will open that reinforced hatch. So well played there by Sushi. Shade sends out some smoke grenades. Candela as well, looking to drop the hatch, and he does. Mims dropped off screen as well, leaving it in a 4-on-3. That player in dirt is finished off. A couple more frags come out. There's a player blue though, that's Hills. He goes massive, and now Sogs will get one as well. Warden left in a 1-on-3. The tables have turned here for LFO as they take the final map, or the final round of the half. And I mean, I think on the balance of bans, this hasn't been the worst half here for LFO.
Not terrible, but probably not great. I think they probably would have been backing themselves to have secured more defenses than that. I think a big tactical error was made in round number 5 when they were caught off guard by that mid-round rush from Ferox. But not to be, it is a 2-4 half for them. Ferox now on defense. Todd on the cap can, maybe 6th pick. Yeah, unfortunate. I was excited to see some cap can.
I mean, APAC definitely not strangers to Capcan on occasion, but not really a typical pick. I don't know, I'm still leaning towards this one being quite close. We do have Maverick on the board, of course, and that did seem to enable a lot of these attacks. Really, for Ferox, I mean, that early round aggression that they did bring, I feel, or control, was really off the back of some of that efficient use of the blowtorch. And I mean, in traditional ANZ style, a lot of these maps have been attacker-sided, so it's definitely too early to rule LFO out. But as you said, I agree, it probably wasn't the half that they would have liked.
No, but that being said, I mean, they put in some really good attacks in their win against Elevate. One that sticks out was Mims getting a clutch in the rounds that actually won it. I think it was a 1 versus 3. I can't fully remember it, but either way, it was a pretty nutty clutch. So they can bring it out on attack. It's definitely a possibility. It's more so, what are Ferox going to be doing with these defenses? They chose this map. You would think that they've got something up their sleeve and how they're going to manage LFO.
Yeah, and I mean, so far already we've seen a change up in this second half, right? Because in the first, LFO took us to bedroom and gym, which is not a typical pick. Ferox, on the other hand, going with the more traditional basement objective. And I think on the balance of the bans, basement is probably going to be the strongest side, depending on, of course, strategies and setups, because you don't really have to deal as much with the Maverick. Yes, Maverick can get the hatches, but there aren't too many key walls that can be opened outside of maybe dirt, but then that can also be shut down. So yeah, Ferox going a little bit more traditional so far, and maybe that can pay dividends.
Yeah, it could do. And LFO, I think they just outplayed themselves a little bit in their half. They tried to think too much, and they tried to change things a lot. They tried to make a lot happening with their Church Arsenal roams, and it didn't really work out for them. I mean, look at the round that they turtled in the end. That's the one they won. I think they maybe just need to think a little bit more simple and try and execute things a little more simply, because Ferox are ready for them to try and do those risky plays, try and do those flanks. Ferox are covering that beautifully. I mean, you saw Sushi as well. He pre-aimed Oil Pit on that push towards CCTV cache. They're not able to get some of those cheeky plays happening.
And that's really the argument that we've made against LFO and some of these losses against the likes of Kanga and Sinister. It has felt on occasion that maybe they're outplaying themselves and maybe trying to be a little bit too fancy. But then when they simplify it and wind things back, they're actually seeing a little bit more success. And of course, that's not to have a dig at them or anything like that. I love when teams, you know, try and innovate, bring new strategies to the table, but it gets to a point where sometimes you can be a little bit too fancy. And if a team can exploit that, which, I mean, again, Kanga managed to, Sinister have, and Ferox even arguably so far have as well, that is going to result in map losses.
Yeah, it's always good to try risks. You have to try risks at some stage, because if you play conservative always, that's also predictable. So then the attack or the other team in general can start figuring out counters for that. It's all about not maintaining a regular pattern, but still playing within your strength. And I think LFO can, on occasions, pull off some of those flanks or the weird roams or whatever you want to call it. But I think they tried to do it too much in that first half, and that was the predictable factor for Ferox. They clearly had their read on it for a majority of those rounds.
And I think a team that sort of demonstrates that playstyle really well is probably Wildcard. We saw them earlier tonight. They were able to bring, yes, aggression to the board, but it felt like on every occasion it was measured and justified. It wasn't just brainlessly running around doing anything crazy. They were putting the setups in place and thinking deeply about how they were actually going to approach and defend the sites. Whereas sometimes from some of these other teams, it doesn't quite feel like they have that same sort of depth. And I mean, that's not to have a go at them, right? Wildcard are one of the strongest teams for a reason. They have that experience and that synergy, which LFO, for example, probably don't have. It's important to remember that they made it in through the open qualifiers. They're the bottom seeded team, and they're still fighting for the playoffs.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's the support factor. I mean, Wildcard are a fully supported, salaried team that are, this is what they do in and out, and they have a lot more experience, whereas LFO, like you said, they've come through open quals. They are called LFO, like they are looking for an organization. They don't have the resources, and you would assume, therefore, the time to putting in as much depth as a team like Wildcard. And I mean, that's also a credit to them because they are here fighting for playoffs. So given that position compared to some of the other teams here in Six Masters, like full credit to them because they are here in a position to be getting 4th place.
And I mean, now might be a great time to bring up how they can make the playoffs. If you have just joined us, both these teams are eligible to make the top 4. In fact, it's pretty much confirmed that one of them are going to make the top 4. If one team wins the entire series, so both maps, they will make the top 4. So let's say Ferox take this map and then take Coastline, they'll make the top 4. LFO, on the other hand, they need to win both maps as well or draw with some sort of crazy round difference, which gets really technical. But essentially, both these teams want to win both maps to just seal the deal and get inside that top 4.
Yeah, you don't want to be chancing it in that 1-1 situation based on how it all works out. Definitely gunning hard for that 2-0. So if Ferox do manage to get this first map, that's extra pressure onto LFO going into map 2 and vice versa. So I think whoever wins the first map, it really favors them in terms of mindset and that pressure because it does ease it a bit. And right now, Ferox are the ones trending towards that.
And I mean, LFO, historically so far this season, has felt like a team prone to pressure. And on the topic of pressure, this literally has not been any higher for them, for both teams. So whichever team has that lead is going to have that alleviated, I think, at least a little bit. Ferox so far, 4-2 in the half. They'll be pretty content with that. If they can keep that momentum rolling and LFO sort of get stuck in their own minds a little bit, it's going to be really hard for them to come back. And as we talked about earlier, they really need to lock in this map win.
Yeah, and it's tough coming into these matches with the lack of experience there. And they will be slowly shaking it off throughout this map, but they are battling from behind now. As we jump back in, you will see the score. They are down 2-4. So coming from behind does add up on that pressure. It's really once they break through that, if they manage to get back to 4-4, well, then they're flying, and that pressure will get alleviated.
And I mean, I'm going to contradict what we've just said there, but on the other side of the coin, it can also be pressure-inducing to be that leading team. For instance, if Ferox managed to find themselves on match point on this map,
Attackers need to locate
then the pressure can sometimes be shifted back on them. I mean, we've seen time and time again here in Masters, teams really struggle to convert match points. So we might see a similar scenario here tonight. Again, we are at only 4-2. The half has concluded. We're now in the second, so plenty of rounds still to play. And it is really anyone's game.
We haven't seen how Ferox are going to be setting up with these defenses. Right now, it's not looking like it's a roam style for Church. Nothing shows that, at least in terms of their operator picks. Of course, they could still roam, but really not the traditional SSG roam, if you wish to call it that. Probably more likely to be a turtle, and we're going to see how LFO read into it and how they deal with these attacks. They have at least brought double hard breaches, so they've got a lot of utility at their disposal.
Very much an on-site hold at the moment for Ferox. Warden maybe trying to find a pick at top blue, as LFO will push from the top floor. So really all this is going to do is waste the time of the attackers, and Ferox will be grinning watching this round back. The more time that LFO take on this top floor and first floor take, the less time, of course, they have to execute, which if you're a defender is a great position to be in.
That being quite a swift take of that first floor. They're going to be able to open up hatches and walls pretty quickly, but I mean, there's going to be a bit of a contest there when it comes to kitchen at least. That's where the real delay factor and danger factor is going to come out for LFO. They're going to have to be tight with their flank watch as well. I mean, you saw Warden already in storage. He was rearing to peek out and try and get an early pick, and you know he's going to try and do it late round as well.
Breaching charges being used there by Hills, creating some angles from above.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has
Nasty
been
as well
dropped.
has opened the Moto hatch. No damage done by either team as we head into the final stages of this round, and this may well mean LFO need to go for a very aggressive execute.
They're giving themselves a lot of time to do it though, like a minute here, and they're at Church Wall, trying to get things happening. Nasty's actually going to be using some of his blowtorch just to open a small little crouch rotate. Ferox player's ready to pounce here. Todd going to throw that C4 out, not going to do too much to Nasty. Sushi straight up contesting with bullets, but still, looks like it is going to be able to get finished off at least. And that is the downside to having that Arsenal wall at the top of the hallway reinforced. They can't directly contest it from Arsenal.
Ferox desperately trying to deny this hard breach. LFO though will get the first pick. Sushi still holding this angle. Grenade will go out once again. Doesn't find the mark. Drone to follow, trying to find where these players are located. In fact, there's two holding the breach. Sogs will find his second though off screen, and this is a great start for LFO. Nasty gets one as well. That's Sushi taken off the board, but the flank from Todd does net him two. Can he find the third though? No, he won't, and LFO will close out the round.
So far, guys, I've got to say, that attack looked pretty great from LFO. I mean, it was essentially a 5 versus 1 onto Todd at one stage there at the end of the round. Looked really clean, quick as well. They read through what Ferox were doing. They used their utility effectively. They just had all the time in the world. And that's what you want on the attack. Ferox aren't going to have a part of doing that again, yet at least. They're going to be going up to the gym bedroom.
LFO putting the foot down there in their first attack. Very positive start for them. Again, we're going to see gym and bedroom come out pretty early for the defense. It was attempted in the first round by LFO, and now it'll be attempted in the second defense for
Attackers need
Ferox.
to locate and defuse bombs.
Relatively similar lineup. I can't remember if LFO brought Goyo or not, so that could spice things up a bit.
Pretty good universal attack lineup from LFO being brought here as well. Looks like Ferox are pretty much sticking in similar lineup. I mean, they're leaning on Goyo so far in these two defenses. It seemed like it had an overall impact at all in that first round. See whether it helps here. Heavy setup on cash side that LFO are going to have to deal with. And no, that's actually something that was really great about Ferox's attacks, is they never hard pushed into cash CCTV, which you see so many teams do. They actually split a lot of their focus in more towards this bedroom hallway and from logistics and the windows.
Ferox again extending over towards CCTV. We've seen two variations of this hold. One for either team. Slight variations where those shields have been placed. In fact, Ferox have two. One also at the top of the main stairs. Warden getting very aggressive early. Those footholds could net him a kill. Shots rain out. Not sure if that's Mims that he tagged, but Mims is low. In fact, yes, it was Mims here on the butt. Critically, though, he will get away with his life.
Quite the oversight there. Oh, also Warden getting a little too aggressive. Shut down. Oh, was going to say is maybe the oversight from Mims just running ahead before it was properly droned. And if you saw the footholds, you'd want to be careful. Either way, it's worked out for them. They have managed to pick off Warden. Drone is going to help them push into CCTV as well, so they really are hard taking this. Whether they can get that final pick. Looks like the rotate has happened, in fact, so Ferox not wanting to lose another man on that side, and they're going to bolster their defense back on site.
Nasta and Maverick will head to the roof, likely to go towards Jacuzzi Wall. Mims has rotated outside of Garage, flushing out some of those positions inside of Cash. That'll free up Angmo now, who can enter and potentially open the con wall. Hill's doing some acrobats with the diffuser there, not quite sure what's going on, if he wanted to leave it on the roof or not. He did fail.
Attackers recovered the
Either way, that looks like it has been now collected by Angmo, and it may well be a full comp push here. For LFA, they don't have a whole lot of time if they want to rotate somewhere else.
Just in a minute, and quite surprising to me that they have just completely left Jacuzzi Wall. It is just such a strong place to play and to open to prevent the defense from rotating around there. That's a beautiful nade from Nasty though. Some might say the nade itself was nasty. LFO looking pretty good on these attacks. They're in a 2 versus 4 situation, guys. Looking pretty into the final 30 seconds.
LFO looking to draw the scoreline for a piece. Sushi. He's a dead man inside of Bathroom. Surely there's nothing he can do. A single shot will take him out. And there we go. He's off the board, leaving it up to Depcha. He's stuck inside of Jim. There's nothing he can do, and LFO will take the round.
One of the exact situations we were talking about, guys. They were at a deficit, but now LFO, that's 2 rounds in a row on the attack, 3 rounds in a row for the game. They've tied it up 4-4, and this momentum shift has happened in such dramatic fashion now that LFO really aren't going to be feeling as much pressure as they were before, because they've brought it back. It's 4-4, they're on a roll, their confidence is high. Ferox, on the other hand, well, boy, their pressure is really stacked up now.
And we thought we were going to see Montang brought there by Sogs, but he does 6-pick onto Zofia, and it doesn't really bait anything from Ferox, who may have been considering a hard counter like a Legion, for example, or a Capcan even, but they do fall into that trap. Again, we are heading low. This will be Ferox's second attempt on this side. The first, pretty unsuccessful. It was Todd left in a 1-on-4, and not much he could do. Ferox played it a little bit of a turtle strat, if you would. There wasn't a whole lot going on off-site. So maybe they'll be a little bit more aggressive this round, or again, maybe they'll try and let LFO feed them.
5 seconds to insertion.
Looks like we are going to see a heavier roam though, bringing all the signs of it. The castle, the mute, and the Mozzie. So see whether LFO can deal with this differently. Deptra is hanging around storage, but he's going back to site. Todd's still in bar. Maybe he's going to play around, but it looks like he's rotating back as well. So it's a bit of a baited roam here. See how long it takes LFO to read into it. Those mute and Mozzie gadgets. Does mean it will take a bit of extra time to drone out and clear.
Again, the winner of this map positions themselves really nicely to try and qualify for the Six Masters playoffs. Only 4 teams will make the cut. 3 have already secured their spot. That's Okami, Sinister, and Wildcard. Not in that order though. I got the order wrong. It'll be Wildcard, Sinister, and then Okami. In that order, there you go. One of these teams is looking to spoil the party and find the 4th. Of course, heading into tonight, Pittsburgh Knights were in that position, but it's looking incredibly unlikely they will stay there as these teams continue to battle it out.
Yeah, and just quickly, that is part of the complication picture that we talked about if these teams do tie the series at 1-1. Too deep into it right now. Either way, these teams fighting for a 2-0, that will get them that 4th spot. Right now, it is LFO. They are on the steam train towards that because the momentum they have gained in these last 2 rounds, and also you could almost call it dominance. These attacks have been fantastic from LFO and somewhat dominant. They have come up against a different objective here, a different obstacle. Taking a little bit more time. It was right now that they really had pressure on Church Wall. They're gonna have to be more thorough.
Todd is sneaking around at the cutout. Is droned out, though, needs to be mindful of the vertical pressure, and it looks like Mims might clear it or not. Instead, rotating down main, aware of the time, 45 seconds left, and Suggs will be the first to drop. Hill's now covering the main hall, trying to find one back in response, but that's proving challenging. Mims as well, aware that there might still be a player cut off. He is correct in picking that position. The question is, will he peek it? Hills, meanwhile, found himself inside a moto. Trying to find this pick. Nasty. He has the diffuser. He's going to Maverick trick the wall. Or at least create some angles. He doesn't have a lot of time to work with, though, Raven. Only 15 seconds left.
Yeah, and the positioning is not good for LFO here. This is really sitting pretty for Ferox. It's going to come down to some gunfires. Hills does get one onto Sushi. Todd has something to back it up with, though. It's going to be all-out war here, pushing, and it just goes into favor of Ferox. They sit tight on site. They get around against the grain of LFO's momentum.
The real difference in that attack was the lack of pressure on Church Wall. I mean, last time we did see Maverick pressuring that with a lot of force. 2 players trying to ward off that attack last time from Ferox, and it didn't work out. But on this occasion, they're able to sit pretty on side and inside blue, and it is such an awkward push out the moto door that was shut down in the end. Ferox now a round away from claiming match point.
It all came down really to Warden getting that pick in blue. Just meant that there was no other important control towards the objective that LFO had to help them get onto side or get a plant down. It really was just a total funnel. A comfortable spot to be in as a defense, because you don't have to think about too much. You just have to aim in one direction, crossfire it, and as long as you trade it out, well, then you're going to get the rounds. Really well played from Ferox. Not even sure whether their baited roam was really as much of a factor. It did take them a touch longer. But I think also just the fact that LFO weren't able to get any early picks this time. The utility use didn't look as on point, and they also comfortably couldn't open that church wall, so all stacking up against them here. We're going to get to see Ferox attempt now CCTV cash for the first time.
A little bit weird seeing it so late in the half, but I guess part of that can be attributed to Maverick being on the board, and this wall, despite being prepped by the defenders who are shooting it, to make it a little bit more challenging, it won't be impossible for Nasty to open it. In fact, Mims will help out by using his skeleton key on the wall. Mims himself having a little bit of a quieter map tonight. Of course, keep in mind the stats won't be completely reflective due to the rehost. He hasn't really had a massive map. Hasn't really had to. It's just something to know.
Yeah, we did gas him up a bit, but he hasn't really had the didn't quite have the impact he had on Tuesday. But either way, LFO are still well and truly in this. By all rights, they could tie this up at 5-5. Maverick's finally done the job there on the CCTV wall, so that is going to put some pressure onto these defenders on site now.
A lot of presence below here. And, yeah, talking about below, Warden's all the way in basement. Hills or Mims will need to be mindful of that flank. My words are just getting... I've got... You know what's happened? I've got shreds of coconut stuck in my mouth because I'm eating a Lamington. That is the most Australian thing ever. And it just it tongue twisted my words. So my apologies.
Made a grave mistake.
Yes, I did.
Even mistakes. Nobody here willing to make a mistake. I really feel like the aggression has toned down a lot in this match. like 2 minutes in, and there really hasn't been a direct engagement. Warden has just been
Bomb
spending
located by
forever on
attacker.
the other side of the map alone. Starting to wonder whether LFO have any idea what might be coming behind them. Hills is the one tasked with watching that. Might see it come to fruition very soon.
This could be very awkward. I don't know if Hills saw him then. I think Warden did. Did he? Maybe not. Surely heard the repel to his right and elects not to chase it. Drone in position to cover the flank, but there are 5 attackers
Defender
alive,
has
so
left
no one
the
watching it.
designated staging
Warden
area.
peeks, but won't go all the way. Only 15 seconds left though, Raven. This could be explosive as the entry will come out. Sushi shuts down Agmo. Diffuser dropped as Shade finds another. Sushi can just sit there and hose him down, surely, and he finds one more. Leaving it now in a 1-on-5, and Ferox will decimate LFO and take the round.
Decimate indeed, and in the end, LFO, yes, again, they really just didn't have much control around the objective besides the window and the run-in. Never really going to work out in that instance, as you said, with the older watching the breach. Hard to stack anybody through that, let alone multiple. And now Ferox on match point. Means LFO need 2 perfect rounds just to force overtime.
Oh, the pressure, man. It's really starting to rise here for LFO, isn't it? It's so far been a pretty good map for them. That last round, the fact that not only does it put Ferox on match point, but the fact that it was also flawless in their favor is really going to mount, I think, a lot here on LFO.
Yeah, and it's real been a juggle of pressure right now. I mean, before we saw the other rehost, LFO were down 4-2. They won 2 rounds in a row to bring it back to 4-4. Now we see Ferox get 2 rounds in a row. It's up 6-4. So it really is just this pressure bouncing back and forward, back and forward. It is now with LFO, as you said. 2 rounds they need to force overtime at least on this map.
And I mean, heading into the second half, we had that rehost. We took our time and spoke about the fact that LFO probably went in with a great chance, but they came out of the gate strong. Unfortunately, now they find themselves in a pretty similar position, a couple of rounds down, the pressure mounting. Can they do it again? Can they win a couple of rounds here and try and bring this one to overtime?
I mean, I think it's a possibility. Those first 2 rounds were really good attacks. It's not like they just managed to fluke it or it was a couple of close rounds. They were actually nice attacks, well read and analyzed and executed. So they've got it in them. They just need to summon the energy again because we saw Ferox. They chose Gym Bedroom. Last time that was held, it was an LFO victory. Ferox have shown that they've been adapting really well to what LFO is doing. So it's now on LFO to be ready to readapt to that. And they have to do it now. They can't lose any rounds.
I mean, LFO are in a good position to take a round. As you mentioned, they went Gym Bedroom, and that was because that's the only site outside of Bar, which we never see played on this map, that is available because they won 2 straight. So LFO really need to capitalize here. I mean, their last attack was actually quite strong, really. It was pretty dominant, and that was off the back of that Church attack round win, which was the first in the half as well. That's when they looked strong. These last 2 rounds, though, I don't know. Time management wasn't great. I mean, that basement attack, for example, let's go back to that one, right? When they tried to head in towards Church, they didn't have the pressure on the wall with the Maverick like they did previously, and they were filtered through sight. The most recent round on Cash, similar story. They didn't really head anywhere else other than the main wall. They filtered into sight and just got shredded. So it feels like LFO just need to sort of mount their attacks a little bit more strategically.
Yeah, and I'm not really seeing anything that stands out for why they aren't obtaining more map control. I mean, maybe once they got the main wall with CCTV open in that most recent round, maybe it was just a struggle to get Courage, and then they just decided that was it. But they could have taken construction, maybe tried to have more work at Cash, more vertical control from below. I don't know, there's a whole lot of things that you can try to flush out those positions that it just felt like wasn't really happening. So yeah, I think they just need to be putting more emphasis on that, because everything else they're doing quite well. They got CCTV wall open quite quickly and quite cleanly, but there's more to it than that.
And I mean, heading into this next round, of course, Gym Bedroom, in a sense, that map, or that objective rather, will play out relatively similar. I mean, you have the main wall at Jacuzzi, right? You open that, you can enter through there. but you're probably going to die. It's a bit of a death trap heading in towards bathroom, depending on how aggressive you are. You want to be trying to mount those attacks from the other side of the map. You have Con, you have Logi, and we saw that. LFO were able to get control of those and pressure those positions on their previous attempt. So if they can try and replicate that, then they should be able to convert this round win. And then if we see ourselves at a 6-5, that's when it starts to get really, really spicy, right? Because then basement will open back up, and then the question will be, does Ferox reattempt Jim, or do they head back downstairs?
And in that instance, I would assume that they would go for the basement because they're a 50-50 win rate on that, whereas if they lose this round on Jim, that'd be a 0 win rate on that. So we will have to wait and see whether it does pan out that way. What I want to see from LFO in terms of an adaptation that I thought was very strange, but I mean it worked out for them, was that they didn't open Jacuzzi Wall last time they attacked Jim. And that could have come back to bite them because they tried to funnel through construction and through logistics. And that's a strong hallway position you can hold to deny that entry. I think if they open Jacuzzi Wall this time, that is enough to displace what Ferox might have done to try and adapt to the LFO attack of that previous round.
Yeah, I mean, I think a real key part of the objective to watch in this upcoming round will be bathroom. It's a position that we've seen Ferox invest utility into, manpower as well. But equally, LFO have been trying to flush that out. We saw vertical play being established by the defenders that could be used against them. We've also seen pressure on the bathroom wall as well. So yeah, maybe they don't need to open Jacuzzi Wall. If they can pressure out bathroom, that's one of the key positions that can sort of hold off that com push. Once that's taken off the board, which LFO have done previously, then they can try and mount the rest of their attack.
Yeah, I think there's definitely going to be some really interesting little changes coming around on this next round, and I'm really excited to see how it plays out, which we get to see right now, funnily enough.
Good timing. It's almost like you knew the round was starting again.
Almost.
It's almost like you knew.
Almost.
Alrighty, Jim Bedroom. 6-4 the scoreline. Ferox with the lead. Both these teams desperately want a 2-0. Give themselves every chance of making the top 4. Make the Six Masters playoffs. The loser of this map will be well and truly on the back foot. Ferox only a breath away.
That they are. Time for LFO to really tuck it up and get ready to put up with Ferox. 2 rounds to get to overtime at least, so they can save this map. Of course, it is Ferox's map pick. Let's highlight that. They've decided to go to Clubhouse. They have touted as a strength for LFO in the past. They've looked decent on it, but so far it hasn't quite been enough.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Has been a struggle. It's been a struggle for both these teams at particular moments on Clubhouse. Question is who can come out on top. I'm liking this aggression again from Warden. Again, unfortunately, we won't know exactly how many kills he has gotten so far. I haven't been tracking that, but it has felt like he's had a pretty decent impact so far. One of the stronger fraggers here for Ferox throughout the season. Again, looking to make his mark here on the first map of this best of 2.
Will's made his way in with the garage rafters now. Well, a brief little run out there. We didn't quite get to see where that was from. Warden under so much pressure. Mims with a nice shot through the floor. Bullet to the face. Means Warden won't get to play out the rest of this round at least. 2 minutes to go, sorry. They have made some good control now and got that entry pick.
Hill's setting up a drone. He's actually going to climb that up the ladder, but no, he gives up and send that down blue. Meanwhile, Mims is droning ahead for the rest of his team and himself. Over towards Con. So it looks like LFO are investing once again on this side of the map and maybe foregoing the Jacuzzi control once again.
A bomb has been located.
It's a little bit to deal with. A lot of map control. This is Nasty rotating over towards Jacuzzi. Oh, he's teasing me with it, guys. I thought he was finally going to go open that wall, but not to be. They've opened the line at least for some angles there. Sog struggling to shoot that mid jammer on the quick peek. Finally does get it. And it looks like LFO really are in so much more control. But oh, Deptra, that's a bit of a cheeky little peek out, Jim. Sog's taken out now, so equal man advantage. And with that wall closed, look, he's able to play so freely around this hallway.
It may well come back to bite them here as LFO have 45 seconds in a 4 versus 4 to take the round, but Deptra, he gets another. Able to just rotate freely near that jacuzzi wall. Hills pre-firing the top of the main stairs, won't find a pick, but he will be taken out himself. Angmo, Mims, they're left in a 2-on-4. Mims has been massive so far this season. Can he produce the goods now? That's the question. Angmo needs to be covered. He has the diffuser in hand, and now he's left in a 1 versus 4, and he will be shut down. Ferox will take the first map of the night.
We said it a lot, or I said it a lot, guys. They needed to open Jacuzzi Wall. The man playing around there got a 3k in the end. That is Deptra. So, well played from Ferox. They dug deep. LFO threw some stuff at them throughout that match, but they just stayed on top. And 7-4 ends up being a pretty strong victory.
And again, we will have to wait to confirm on the maths, but this will make the chances of LFO making the playoffs incredibly low. Team Ferox, of course, if they win the next map, will secure the spot. And a draw may suffice. I think they'll be happy with that performance, though. It was a little bit sketch. The first 2 rounds, of course, of LFO's attack were against Ferox, but in the end, they brought it back with a pretty dominant last few rounds.
Yeah, and of course, it was Ferox's map pick, so coming in, that was probably what they've prepped the heaviest on. So they will be happy with that. LFO did fight back, but it was never enough. Now the real challenge is on for Ferox to secure that 2-0, which of course will secure their 4th place, and it's going to be against LFO's map pick, its Coastline as well, which is going to be quite the contest, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, LFO last time they played Coastline, it was 7-3 in their favor. It was the Mims show, and I mean, Mims unfortunately having a little bit of a quieter first map tonight. He's going to have to step up massive to give LFO any chance.
Yeah, and you don't always want that, right? We talked about it a little bit earlier in the wildcard Okami game. You never want like your team to be winning based on that one player stepping up. LFO were doing half decent on Clubhouse with Mims having a quiet one. Maybe they do just need somebody to give them that energy and summon some strength to be able to secure this next map.
Well, Ferox lead the series 1-0. On the other side of the break, it will be Coastline. We'll see you then.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers dropped the diffuser. 15 seconds to go. 15 seconds to go.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All the operators are busy at this time.
strobe lights, I'm haunted. Black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no sex. They say Donis, why you sad? I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your fornicated bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you.
The time has come. This will be the final map of the Six Masters 2020 season. And Raven, Ferox have come out of the gates very strong here tonight.
They have. It was a good performance from them in the end on Clubhouse. LFO had a good fight though, some great rounds, but it just slipped away in the end.
Well, of course, the second map of the night will be Coastline. That will be LFO's pick. What are we expecting heading into this one? Because there might be a chance that LFO can still make the playoffs if they have a really strong second map.
Potentially, and they are going to be fighting tooth and nail for just that. Coastline, I think, is going to be a good contest. We've seen good matches from both of these teams. Ferox did just scrape through against Kanga on it in an 8-7 affair, whereas LFO absolutely smacked Kanga just on Tuesday, 7-3 on this map.
Yeah, I think that's the most concerning thing for me. If you're a Ferox fan going into this, that match against Kanga was so close and really only came off the back of an insane clutch. I can't remember who hit the clutch for Team Ferox, but was it Deptra? I don't know. I could be talking absolute smack there, but I know that a clutch kept them in that match and they just got out of it alive. LFO, though, as you mentioned, decent form on this map, but unfortunately tonight their form hasn't really been the best.
No, not quite. They need to summon some super strength right now. We are still not 100% sure on the standings if it's too late, but regardless, I'm sure they're going to be fighting hard to give them the best chance possible.
Let's do a recap of the poll vote and see exactly what you guys thought heading into this one. See if anyone's mind has changed at all. And yeah, I mean, Ferox, they had the lead. The draw, again, had strong support and we could still see that. But unfortunately, 28% of you are knocked out. So GN to you guys.
Yeah, and look, I mean, it could have gone either way. I think there was every chance that LFO might have shown up strong on Clubhouse. I felt like it was a slight risky pick for Ferox. Of course, they are strong on it as well, but it's not like LFO have had completely terrible performances on Clubhouse. But Ferox made it through. They're on to LFO's map pick now.
Really excited to see how this one will play out. It's the final map of the entire season. It's the second matchup tonight between Team Ferox taking on LFO, and we're heading to Coastline. This should be a great way to cap off what has been a very exciting season.
Yes, and of course it will bookend our season leading into the playoffs in a month's time. Finally conclude for sure who are the 4 teams going into that. Coastline is going to be a tight affair. Thatcher getting banned out first there by Ferox. Means that utility clearing is going to be a little bit trickier, but I think teams are so accustomed to it these days, it's a bit of a given.
Yep. Well, I mean, Thatcher has had a 100% ban rate in all 4 maps tonight, so the teams are definitely well accustomed. By this stage, Ying will follow up, and I think we saw a Ying ban earlier tonight, right? So Ying is
Obviously, quite a strong operator despite being nerfed. In fact, we didn't see Goyo Band. We didn't see Ying Band earlier in the night. So again, I'm just talking smack. I don't know what I'm talking about, but we did see quite a few Ying Bangs earlier in the season. That has dropped off though.
Yeah, it has, and it has facilitated some teams to utilize her to quite effect. So LFO is deciding Ferox are not going to be using that to any effect there. And final ban coming out from Ferox is going to be a Valkyrie, which is usually a strong ban on Coastline. There are a lot of runouts that are heavily facilitated by those Valkyrie black eye cameras. So having her banned means that's not as simple or as easy. Denying that intel on the defense means that Ferox won't be able to use that in the first half.
LFO, of course, starting on the attack. Some would say the favored position here on Coastline. LFO's pick as well, looking to really play into that aggression they are renowned for. The aggression that Team Ferox will be looking to shut down, and Blue Sunrise will be the first objective, which is a little bit of an off-meta choice. There are some teams that will go there first, and I guess Ferox are one of those.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah. Twitch as well, you know? I'm Twitch. I can't even think of the last time I cast before he played Twitch.
I don't think I've seen Twitch all season at all once. She's just,
I think you're right.
She's just not good. I mean, maybe Hills will pop off here and prove me wrong, but I just think that in the current meta, Twitch is not very viable. I guess, you know, Thatcher's banned, so it'll be an alternative to that. But the fact that the drone is pretty easy to spot, pretty easy to counter, I'm not too sure. Maybe Hills just likes the F2. Which
yeah,
is also
I mean, F2 is still a great gun though. It still smacks pretty hard. One thing is Ferox don't actually have a mute or a mozzie, so nothing to really stop that drone from getting where it wants to go. It's just down to bullets to actually be the thing that ultimately stops it. Hills could actually do some surprise little damage here with his shock drones. Excited to see how the round plays out for him. Of course, it is Blue Bar Sunrise. How this attack goes, you'd expect him to try and take Aquarium. Maybe even this office where Todd is playing right now on Pulse, getting his intel through the scanner.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Pulse, of course, an incredibly strong operator on this map. A lot of the floor is destructible, so any intel above or below can aid in obtaining C4 kills, or even straight just floor bangs, or even wall bangs to an extent. Todd will be well aware that there are players outside of office. Shade, though, he needs to be mindful of Mims and Hills. They're both playing outside the red bar window. In fact, Mims now rotating to the blue bar window. Rotate in between the sites will be disrupted by some X-Kairos, delivered gracefully by Mims, as they continue to just prod around the site.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Strong positions held, Kitchen being one of them. Warden's not strong enough though. Angmo is going to find an entry through that one.
Whoa, you didn't see
the opening pick. Oh, Angmo just missing out. Sogs finds another kill though, which gives LFO a good man advantage. So after half of the round played out, this position in Kitchen though could be a little troublesome. They might want to clear this out soon.
Mims finds another for his team. Sushi and Shade left in a 2-on-5, and they need to hold out for another minute. Shade will find one. If Sushi finds one, this could be winnable. They don't have the diffuser. LFO forced to get aggressive, and there we go. Hills will get one from the vault. Can he find the second?
Ooh.
He does. And there we go. Twitch is absolutely OP, and the F2 is clearly way too strong and needs another nerf.
Great shooting from Hills. Great attack overall from LFO. Worked those picks beautifully, only losing one of their own. Eric's going to have to keep moving. But right now, that seems like a strong, confident opening from LFO to make a statement here on Coastline.
Alright, who am I going to make fun of this round? And they'll pop off. I'm going to go Todd. I'm going to back Todd to go big here. Actually, no, he's going to go really bad. That's what I was meant to say. I was gonna have a
Attackers need to
terrible round and
locate
not do anything.
defuse bombs.
That's all I'm saying.
See how that works out for you guys. Oh, Twitch works out for Hills again because he's persisting with that. Pretty happy about how it worked out for him in that first round. They're bringing the Mozzie this time though, which I feel like is definitely a direct counter to the Twitch. Not sure exactly the impacts the shock drones had, but at least this helps negate some of the
10
impact it
seconds
can
left
have.
before insertion. 5 seconds remaining. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
LFO looking to really continue that momentum that they have established. Ferox though, and arguably a slightly more comfortable site.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has
Could find
been dropped.
safety in that as Hills on the entry Twitch being droned in as well. Player pinged inside of Sunrise will be pinched in. Hills could well find another pick. Oh, he missed it. Oh, okay. He does secure it in the end. A little bit dodgy there, but he does find the pick.
Focus continuing with strength right now on Coastline. It's looking pretty good, but we are only 1 and a bit rounds in. Bana charge from below. Opening the hatch? Not opening the hatch?
Located by
Oh, that
an
actually downed him.
Well placed and well cooked from Angmo. Should be able to secure it at least. He's hunting, trying to figure it out. Probably can hear through the hole that that player has been downed, but they're not able to secure it at least. Shade is going for the revive. So at the minimum, Sushi will be up with about 20 HP on.
They both got flashed there. Slogs actually potentially almost had the angle, so they did just get away with that. Double window was exposed. Halfway in the round now, LFO with that man advantage. Player over towards luggage. That's my man Todd. Waiting for him to do absolutely nothing this round. He's playing it patiently. Could be an engagement as soon as Warden forfeits that position. Well, he doesn't really forfeit it. Instead, Mims actually just takes him out. Todd will need to go for the retake, and he will be shut down. So, oh, and it was Hills as well. Of all players, it was Hills. Oh, you couldn't have ridden that.
What have you done?
That's my fault. I take responsibility.
But he really summoned Mims as well. I've noticed that he's had some pretty great picks in the Sabana so far. We were talking a little bit critical about his first map. Shade finally gets an answer for Ferox, but still got another 2 to deal with, and 45 seconds on the clock is a whole lot of attacker onslaught to face against.
Well, that's a Twitch drone as well, so Hills is really getting to work here, but unfortunately the rest of his team is falling. Sushi and Shade left in a 2-1-3. Shade feeling the pump from the main window. Needs to be mindful he doesn't get pushed from Vaz. That's why Sushi's trying to hold that angle, but can he do enough? Sushi, he's going to go for the wide swing and will refrag it, but he is left in a 1 versus 2, low on HP. A player on rappel covering the cross as Mims will stick the plant. Bomb goes down. Sushi actually will kill him, but the refrag there from the double window will secure LFO the round.
Almost a very good 2v4 comeback there for Ferox, but no, LFO do manage to get it just. Maintain some momentum at least, and Hills is having a good match with that Twitch so far. Look guys, why not? He looks like he's going to stick it.
Yep, I mean, can amp break and fix it. I can't believe it's working, but it is. Kitchen service will be selected by Ferox. Again, Coastline is LFO's pick. It's also a map that can lean towards the attackers quite heavily. Ferox, though, if they don't find a pick or find a round in the first 3, that could be a cause for concern.
As many bombs as they
Is that
can.
even, I don't even know if that's the right saying. I'm gonna go with it then.
Attackers have located a bomb.
See what Ferox can summon here on Kitchen. First 2 defenses haven't been particularly great. I mean, they did almost bring back round 2. But it should never have gone to that in the first place. LFO really is having their way on entry in the first half of the round especially. Probably time for Ferox to fight back a little bit. Not sure whether it's about aggression or positioning. Either way, they might need to change up something with their playstyle right now because LFO are doing some great work at adapting and countering.
I think the one thing that stood out for me so far is the lack of refrags from Ferox. Coastline is a map that time and time again we see strong teams really outdo their opponents in the refrag department. So far though, it's been a weakness of Ferox. Looking to turn that around again, trying to find at least one round in the first 3. Otherwise that will leave them to either 1, go to a site they've already lost, or 2, go to Penthouse. And that's not a great start. Angmo on to Todd, and Warden's under the pump here. There's 3 players peeking this doorway as Angmo finds another. Surely Hills will get this kill, but no, he gets taken down. The refrag not there from LFO, and Warden really keeping his team in this one.
He is going off with the Twitch. Ferox are really fighting from behind here, and again, first minute, really successful entry from LFO. So much pressure on Ferox in these defenses.
Air jabs have been used by Nasty to cut off these rotates, and he's alongside Mims, of course, who has that diffuser in hand. Players now actually rotating around. We could well see a kitchen window plant, maybe even a service door. It does feel like this round's been going on for a while, but Ferox, they still have to defend for another minute 20.
Definitely feel like that when you see such successful aggressive entries. Look at the scoreboard and you just think, you know, a lot has played out, but it's all happened at once. LFO are pretty set here. Looks like Mims is pretty keen to jump in and go for this plant. Bait some shots or bait some positions to be changed on behalf of Ferox here. Angmo gets a nice one onto Sushi. He's on a triple right now. Nasty gets another, which means it's all up to Shade in service. Oof.
Mims there with the final kill. Clean way to start winning some, oh, not winning some rounds. A clean way to win 3 in a row. Of course, it has been quite dominant from LFO so far. Looking to bounce back from what was a pretty questionable clubhouse map. Blue Sunrise now will be reattempted from Ferox. So we're not going to go around the world. We're not going to be heading to Penthouse, at least not yet. And I mean, there's a possibility we'll go there. Miro is still in play. Often critical in holding that site, but Ferox yet to bite that bullet.
Way back to Blue Bar Sunrise, which we saw in round 1, which was won quite successfully by LFO. So we'll see what Ferox can have for this. LFO are really putting their best foot forward here, trying to salvage what they can to take 4th place from Ferox or not. They are up 3-0 right now, guys, so they are putting on quite the show on Coastline.
Indeed they are. Ferox as well, looking to take the map, or at least keep it close for the standings. And on top of that, they want to have a strong finish to the season, gain some momentum for the playoffs, because keep in mind, if they do qualify, pardon me, they will be versing some really strong teams. They'll be taking on the likes of, again, Wildcard, Okami, Sinister, all those teams in red hot form. If there is a scenario where Ferox make it, they have to be thinking about the long term. They need to be able to really take it up against some of the best teams that the region has to offer.
Absolutely right. That Twitch drone is working out quite successfully, you know. He's taking out things like those banner charges, which means that hard bridge can be successful in such an early stage of the round at that. But I'm sure Ferox would have been wanting to prevent for a lot longer. So I'm behind this Twitch decision right now. I mean, I feel like it's being used and Hills is getting some pretty good frags on it.
line back. My apologies. Mims, though, he finds that pick. I was muted, ladies and gentlemen, because I was having a coughing fit again. The Lamingtons, they had to kill me. As Mims is looking for some kills himself. That's the horizontal pressure now established by Ango as Mims gets his double. I believe Sushi is still sitting behind this bar. He is. The shotgun has been whipped out as Warden finds a pick. Sushi actually will be taken out by Hills. He's actually pushed through. Kitchen. Can he find the second? No. There's a player in office. Not sure exactly where the other defender is. Warden will find Angmei though. It's a 2 versus 2. Hills still trying to find this pick. Will now need to try and attempt the plant. It's Sogs left to cover. Not sure if Ferox have the intel here. Sogs is not really in a great position to deny that, but Todd didn't have the confidence to push, and now we are left in a post plant. Warden shut down on his rotate, and now it's left up to Todd in a 1 versus 2.
Just trying to retake in towards Sunrise. Does catches Sogs as he drops down the bar. Almost catches Hills, but Hills will get the better of him. As LFO 4 in the row. Looking pretty good.
Yes, they are. And a very strong statement from them here on Coastline. 4 rounds in a row. Ferox having no real answer. All of the rounds pretty heavily in favor of the August team. Hookah Billiards will be the side of choice here from Ferox. Again, they have attempted this site. It was in the 2nd round with no success. Well, it's time they try and find some success before they let this one slide away.
Oh, we are seeing the 6th pick onto Capcan, guys. We are finally going to get to see some Capcan, which is actually kind of cool. Because, look, you don't see it much, which is how it works well. Teams don't remember to look for those traps if you're not spotted early. And on top of that, LFO haven't brought an IQ. They will have to be physically checking doorways and windows.
But they have brought the Twitch drone, Raven, so look,
True.
Hills is just the mastermind of this map, that's all I'm saying. Big brain.
Yep, also does, of course, counter Capcan. So yeah, let's see whether these shock drones are what have more of effect, or whether these traps that Capcan is laying down might have the effect as well. Deptra, in fact, hasn't found his way into this match so far. Maybe this will be his answer.
Oh, Hills. This man is a Twitch main. Have a look at that drone positioning. Deptra just has absolutely no idea, and I bet Hills will probably jump on that drone and shoot out these traps later in the round, which Deptra won't be too happy about.
Device primed. Keep an eye on door.
Unfortunate for him. I do like the fact that Ferox are bringing something different to the table as there. Here we go, Hills gets to work. This is what they need to try and do because nothing so far really has worked.
Yeah, always good to try up a few different things. Those that don't take risks won't find success. Warden takes a big risk and finds success there onto Mims. Quick early peek onto that VIP balcony. Sog's not quite in position to cover. That is Diffuser down there as well. They are aware they could group around it and try and prevent LFO recovering it.
The question really is if Warden knows if that Diffuser has dropped. It's likely that he does, but of course keep in mind in competitive, the players don't get the point notifications. So normally when you're playing the game, you get a point notification if you drop the Diffuser. In competitive, you just don't get that. You would have had to visually see that Diffuser go down. The fact that he's holding this position indicates to me that he does know, but it doesn't matter. Sogs will shut him down. He teabags as well. And that was a nice early pick.
Answer back for that early shot from Warden. Half the round has faded away. Saw some good positions held on site. He was just trying to get a random floor bang there. Pretty common spots to be sitting. Was a player laying right next to that, so not too far off the mark at least.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Diffuser in the hands of Nasty, repelling over towards the Aqua Bulk, so they may well push from the southern side of the map. Sogs with the critical control on the double window. Actually, I think there's a player prone here to the left of Nasty. Yes, there is. So there is a player inside of Aqua.
Not sure if Todd's position has been revealed. He's going to vault. That may give a sound cue potentially. Flashes rain out. He gets a little bit stuck here. Not the best timing for Todd. Is Nasty aware of that position? He does flash it. Will he pick? He does. Will he win the gunfight? He'll also do that as well. The refrag missing the mark, and LFO will have the man advantage.
That gunfight with Nasty probably went a little bit longer than he'd want to, but LFO are just getting all of these angles onto Ferox. It's all up to Sushi. Stuck at the drinks bar of Billiards. Being peeked on here by Vase. Nice flick from Jim. Catches Angmo. Almost gets the one on the window. Finally does. 1 versus 2 now. Can Sushi do it all himself?
15 seconds
Down
remaining.
to Nasty and Hills. To 10 seconds.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, Sushi. I almost thought he had that. Both of the remaining players for LFO were low on HP. So it's a great effort. Unfortunately, the pinch from LFO will prove successful, and they are now 5 rounds up, looking for a flawless half.
Flawless half indeed. See how they go. Again, we are talking. They are putting their best foot forward to be able to get 4th place, which we will get confirmation on at the end of the match. Right now, if it goes 1-1, as we said, it does get a little complicated.
Yes.
Ferox up against the ropes.
Yes, they are. And I mean, even if Ferox, as we talked about earlier, do end up
Attackers
qualifying,
need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
a loss of this magnitude probably wouldn't sit well. Of course, keep in mind the playoffs are a little bit away.
Located a bomb.
July 3rd to 5th. Plenty of time for these teams to rejuvenate over the break and come into that with fresh minds. Ferox just not putting a very strong case forward on why they should probably avoid, or they are putting a strong case forward on why they should avoid Coastline if they do make the playoffs. Is that series between Kangoo was very close? This one here also quite
Attackers'
tight.
objective is to defuse the bomb.
I definitely envision a scenario where if Ferox do make the playoffs, Coastline may be one of the first maps banned.
You're right there. This is on 8 and 2 with this Twitch. Putting on a bit of a clinic here. The F2. See what Ferox can muster up in this final round of their defense. They have not been successful on any of them, of course, as you see they are down 0-5 right now. Last time they attempted Kitchen was way back in round 3. Have much of an answer at all for LFO, and these shock drones are not only just getting gathered, but collecting some great intel here from Hills.
Oh, can't help but laugh a little bit. Of course, Twitch doesn't see a whole lot of love at the moment. But I mean, he is doing basic Twitch things, really. He's been taking out defaults, taking out cap can traps. I'm sure some of the goo mines as well have been collected. Of course, the drone itself only does 1 HP worth of damage, or inflicts 1 HP's worth of damage on any enemies, so it's really only useful in clearing utility. Those charges do rejuvenate over time, but that's unfortunate. He's going to have to try and shoot that out, but Deptra, he might be able to hide it here. Oh, this is the biggest battle of 6 Masters. Deptra on Hill's Twitch drone. Who's going to come out on top? Because Deptra is now using that for intel. Could even meme it up and shoot the other Twitch drone he does. Oh, that's the greatest play of 6 Masters. Oh, pencil that in. That was amazing.
Oh, that was fantastic. I love that. And look, that's actually chewed up a lot of time here. We're almost down to the final minute. LFO have managed to get some horizontal map control here, not so much vertically, or not so sure about their verticality at least. There are a couple above. Mims at the window again, ready to bait out or jump in and plant, just as you saw where they planted last time. Sogs finally gets the opening kill, and that's after about 2 minutes of play.
Mims with the diffuser. Jumps into the window. Angmo finds Shade. Sushi will drop that diffuser though. Great kill on sight for him, and now Alpho need to recollect it. But Warden, he holds the fort inside of the lobby. How many more can he find? As Hills himself has also been down. Angmo through those holes is lit up as well. It's up really to him and Nasty to try and bring this round back, but Ferox are looking like they may well win their first here on Coastline, and as the nade gets cooked, Angmo is shut down. Nasty left in effectively a 1-on-3. Everyone for Ferox on full HP. 10 seconds to work with, and surely there's nothing he can do. Ferox will win their one and only defense of the half.
Well, better late than never. They do bring it back, 1-5 now, and they will go onto the attack. And look, I've got to say, Ferox attacking on Coastline in the past, they have looked quite good at it. So I think this is definitely going to be a tough half for LFO. They are only 2 rounds away from the map win though, and at least 1 round from getting OT.
Look, winding back to the last round there, all I'm saying, Mozzie won them that round. That was such a good play. Twitch on Twitch. Ah. Never thought I'd call that in a comp game, but there you go. It happened. Wow. All right, time to move on. Reflections have concluded, and we are now in the second half.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Blue bar again will actually be the first objective, so both of these teams are electing to go there first.
Deep Mozzie combo, so going to deny Intel, and they're bringing also Wamai and Jaeger. Excellent little combos on defense.
Oh, whoa. Okay. Wow, Mims was going exploring there, going mining under Coastline, but he's back. It's great to see.
Attackers are
And you'll be able to use those pests now around the map and try and deny some of the intel alongside Sogs. Ferox will need to try and deal with that, and of course, there's no Thatcher on the board to aid.
So, 4 rounds down from Ferox. Leaving a lot to chance here in terms of their chances of getting 4th spot in the playoffs and 6 Masters. And now LFO are looking pretty good on Coastline. They only looked in doubt in the previous round. We'll finally get to see what they're like on these defenses at least. It's pretty spread out. Angmo playing a very tight position here in Sunrise behind this shield. I believe we saw them play in previous matches. It didn't work out to great success because it's not a difficult spot to be able to clear with utility.
Two minutes left in the round. Hills needs to be mindful that he doesn't get droned out here. Todd, I believe, has missed that position, but Warden hits the mark there onto Sogs. It's now a 5-on-4, and Hills will wide swing onto Deptra, leaving it a 4-on-4. Can he find any more picks? That is the question. There's 2 here inside of VIP. One of them's droning. Oh, that's a mistake. He downs him. The player, they're not quite able to refrag it instantly, but Warden eventually will secure the kill.
And he could have been so close to getting that triple. Warden's basically one-shot with that commando from Jaeger. 4-1. Oh my gosh, I can't even remember what it is anymore.
4-1-C?
Haven't said it for a long time. Yeah, something like that. Either way.
Close. The carbine.
He could have
called it the carbine. That's easier.
Yeah, that's a good thing to call it. Yeah, look, Warden was one shot basically, so even one errant little flick could have changed that. Is it 3 versus 3 now? Todd and Deptra taken out. Todd playing pretty well so far for Ferox tonight in this series. Finally dumping utility to clear some of these magnets. And Angmo is persisting in that corner.
50 seconds on the board. Angmo holding on for dear life here. He still has some utility to help him cover. He has 2 magnets on the door, but that doesn't matter if he just pushes in, and Shade can now use the shield against them. He doesn't have the diffuser. Sushi really needs to try and replace this position. In the meantime, though, Nasty will actually use that break to retake the bar, and this could be very dangerous here for Ferox. If he finds the picks, he lights up one. Warden, Shade, and Sushi all low on HP. Nasty, though, will be shut down, and Mims is now left either 1-on-3, but it's a winnable one at that. It's a triple kill for Warden. Oh, Mims goes big and finds the double. It's a 1-on-1. Mims on full HP. Sushi just over 50. He's going to go for the peak. He needs to win the gunfight, but Mims will end out on top, and LFO will take the round.
Got it back Mims in that situation on Coastline. I mean, he showed against Kanga, this is his territory. Very comfortable indeed taking that gunfight. And you know what, guys? That means LFO. Ooh, they move to match point.
Yes, they do. Looking to try and draw out the series and give themselves a chance at the playoffs. Again, not 100% sure if they can make it. But they want to try and close this one out as quickly as possible. Give themselves the opportunity. Hookah Billiards will be the second site of choice. Almost thought Sogs would stick the clash, but instead we're going to see Mute Mozzie and Wamega.
Ferox sticking strong with their lineup, at least. It did look like a pretty decent round for them. It did come down to, of course, a clutch from Mims. Not necessarily a terrible attack from Ferox. It was a great swift take of Sunrise when they pounced. LFO held enough, at least. And now Hookah Billiards could be the final site that they play on this map. See what LFO can muster and what Ferox can do to fight back.
Could well be the final map for one of these teams in Six Masters, the final round, in fact.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Neither team are giving
5
an
seconds
inch.
remaining.
Very strong setup below here from LFO.
Attacker's objective is to
Strategy
defuse
I
the
haven't
bomb.
really seen employed a lot at all, really. That's a lot of utility. Ferox may completely ignore this and head towards site, but that pick from Gills will open up proceedings, and that is the one and only hard breach for Ferox taken out.
Ooh, had the big start there from Hills, and that helps a lot because you use that Hibana to open up the drinks bar wall there in Billiards. And not being able to do so is some pretty critical angles. But this is going to be a rush from Ferox straight onto site, guys. They go deep. Gordon gets a pick. Finds another 3 versus 3. This is looking pretty good for Ferox.
Mims again left to clutch it up, and I identified it as being a weakness. Invested so much below, it hasn't paid dividends here. At least not yet for LFO. He's forced to go up Cool Vibes, gets lit up in the process. He's going to re-peek it, and Ferox will shut him down. And that is a great response from the attack.
Great calls, great adaptation there from Ferox. Really, really well played. They bring back another round. They've still got 4 to go though, guys, to at least force overtime on Coastline.
I think the concerning thing for me in that round was the fact that LFO seemingly didn't give a lot of consideration to the fact that Ferox were basically free to drone side and would have identified that it was basically free pickings. Maybe there needed to be some more utility in place to help support the players on site. Maybe mask their positions a little bit more and then bait Ferox below. Unfortunately, though, Ferox just read them like a little bit of a book there, and it was a short novel, that's for sure. The round was basically over before it begun. We find ourselves now 2-6, still in favor of LFO.
Being a lion pick coming out from Ferox now though, so trying some little tricks here. Really use it, I guess, trying to assist with that initial entry phase because we saw Hill get an opening pick from Office. Lion can assist with that just a touch. The intention there. Shade on the Twitch. Seems to be a hot pick on Coastline.
5 seconds remaining. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Do not ever, note to self, never eat a lamington ever again while casting. I'm literally dying. Every time the shards of coconut are getting stuck in my throat, it is a terrible experience. Oh,
Someone call that
in fact, I don't even know why I'm eating. This game is bringing me enough energy. I don't need the sugar. We are seeing Twitch again. This is unprecedented territory of competitive Siege that we are witnessing right now. And he's going to get a default camera. Oh my god. What is this? Oh, in fact, this is a great counter though, of course. The Evil Eye takes 2 hits. If it's hit by the Twitch drone, Shade is trying to time it so it doesn't get taken out. And there we go. That's a good start for Ferox.
It is good use of shock drones. It's actually working out well so far. He might have been able to get the second one. He's just trying to time it so it doesn't get shot in a good position. Hills does get a first
Attackers
pick
drop the
onto
diffuser.
Deptra and goes off, actually gets a triple now. 2 versus 4. This could be the map for LFO.
2-on-4. LFO with the man advantage, the round advantage as well. If they win this one, they will draw up the series 1 apiece. Warden and Todd left to clutch this one up. Of course, Todd, one of the newest members of this roster, is fitting quite nicely this season, and now's the time to show up big. Warden himself going 12-6. Another great map from him. One of the top fraggers across the entire season, and he needs to find a couple here if he wants his team to be a chance. But no, Sogs will shut him down, and now Todd, with just over a minute to go, is left in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, well, up to Todd. A big ask here. He's got 4 to find. So hasn't finished the aquarium. There's so many players looking at position. He can't even find one of them, guys. That is LFO taking map 2, 7-2. Quite a dominant map in the end, and like we said, putting their strongest foot forward, giving themselves a possible chance to make top 4.
It's time to whip out the calculators, that's for sure, as LFO do secure at least 1 map this evening. It was a great performance from them on Coastline and a great way to end off a season that probably went better than a lot expected.
That's the best point you could bring up. I think LFO 100% were written off right at the start of Six Masters, coming through open qualifiers. But they've made some huge statements with beating some big opponents, and they were fighting tooth and nail for a top 4 spot, and I think that is by no means a small feat.
Yeah, and I mean, now we have to sit and wait for confirmation of the top 4. We don't want to preemptively put anyone under the bus or incorrectly call who has made the top 4, because of course that match did have a pretty big impact on who would make those top 4 spots. So while we sit and wait, let's reflect upon what we just saw. I mean, map 1, we had, of course, Clubhouse, and somehow that map was a little bit closer. It didn't necessarily feel too dominant either way. LFO just didn't quite have enough to edge out Ferox.
Yeah, it's definitely, look, it was a tough series, and I think that Clubhouse match, LFO had a good look in. 7-4, I think that indicates how close it was, but Ferox ultimately, they just constantly adapted to what LFO were trying to do, and they managed to get that map win, and yeah, that could have been enough for Ferox. We're still waiting to find out, but yeah, LFO are going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I still think they've got to be pretty happy with, one, how the second map went. 7-2 was a pretty dominant performance. I mean, you flagged Ferox's attacks as being really good, but LFO did a pretty damn good job of shutting them down in the end. On top of that, their season as a whole, I think, just stepping back and looking at that, I mean, the amount of maps that they took off big teams was pretty crazy. Wildcard, for example, their only loss of the entire season, the team that just 7-0'd Akami, was against LFO. So even if they don't make the playoffs, I think they can be pretty positive on, one, how the season went, and two, like their future outlook as well.
Absolutely. I think either of these teams can be happy about the fact that they were fighting for a top 4 spot tonight on the final match of Six Masters. And even if you miss out, of course, that's not going to feel great, but there are a lot of positives you can take from that.
Well, I wonder what coloured suit he's wearing tonight. Of course, it's Enigma from LFO. Oh, it's black. It's clean. Is that a suit?
It's
it is
clean.
a suit.
It
and
is.
It's a
It
Six
is.
Masters
Of
shirt.
course it is. I only wear suits.
It's looking clean, brother.
And I'm wearing
You're
the
looking
jersey
very
as well
clean.
too, fellas. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a good night. It's a good night.
How you feeling, man?
Honestly, awesome. Like, I am incredibly proud of my team. We've, come out of nowhere. Literally everybody was saying that we were just going to be, the bottom seed. And, we're the only team to take a map off the top 3-seeded teams. And the only team to take off a map off wildcard. So I'm cheering and I'm looking forward to the next season. I'm really happy with how the boys played that last map as well too. Unreal. Awesome.
Yeah, Coastline was a really good map. I want to talk to you a little bit about Clubhouse. It's a map that we've touted often as a strong map for you guys, but you weren't able to get the goods. Maybe just give us some insight onto how that map played out for you guys.
So I think just watching the way we were defending, we weren't really just switching on. Like our communication just wasn't there, and the way it sounded quite lethargic, and also it was a bit too serious. You know, so kind of translating that from there to Coastline, we were having fun on Coastline. We genuinely were just like, you know, listening to the boys, having a laugh, you know, making fun of each other, calling each other out. And on Clubhouse, I feel like we were a bit too serious. And, you know, when we took on, Elevate and Wildcard on Clubhouse, I realized we were just having fun. And, you know, we were just playing our own game rather than freaking out about it and being so serious upon each other. And I feel like, you know, when we get rid of that sort of mentality, we're going to just be able to perform so much better, like we just did on Clubhouse. Coastline.
Yeah, and look, we'll talk a bit more broad. That's potentially the End of Six Masters for you guys. As you said, you've come really far, especially compared to expectations. So what is in the future for you guys? What are you hoping to be moving on to?
I mean, well, obviously to the next big competition which comes up for us. But I mean, you know, we've now had a taste of what competition is, and we know for a fact that we can compete to it. You know, if we, you know, won both maps tonight, we would have made top 4. And that's on our first season of ever performing into this sort of competition where you've got, you know, the biggest teams in ANZ. So if we're able to do that on the, you know, the first season coming out of nowhere, I really hold, you know, ourselves in high expectations for the next season. Really keen.
Well, of course, you guys are LFO. I mean, it's in your name, looking for organization. The floor is yours. What do you want to say to all the org owners out there looking to pick up a team?
I just want to say, actually, first and foremost, I want to say to everybody who's been following us, you know, thank you for, you know, following us from the very start and supporting us. It's been really important. And I mean, for the orgs as well, too, you know, this is a fresh up and coming team. You know, we've brought our own play style into the scene. And consequently, I mean, it's, you know, it's working for us. And while we've got a couple of things to work out, you know, internally speaking, I think, you know, next season you can be expecting us to really be fighting for that top 4 position, you know, consistently, and actually winning series. That would be nice as well too.
Enigma, appreciate your time throughout the season. We'll talk again soon, man. All the best.
Thanks, boys. See you later.
What a legend. I really like the sentiment of playing positive. It seemed to be something that he himself reckons will work well for the team. If they can try and bring more of a positive mentality into the future, then maybe we can see them step up even higher in the rankings.
Yeah, it's actually a fantastic point, and it's something that's been talked about on and off a lot on a global scale for a long time with Rainbow Six. And I remember the first time it really came up in solid conversation was when Team Liquid won Pro League finals in Brazil. There was a lot of comments about the way they were communicating and playing was all focused around having fun and maybe not taking it too seriously, while of course are taking it seriously. And I think if a team can find that balance, it really is just such a strength, because you can deal with adversity and pressure easier if you're laughing and having some fun.
Well, a team rather, that had a bit of fun tonight, of course, was Ferox. Yes, the second map didn't quite go their way, but there is a chance that they just got over the line. The first map went well for them. What's the future entailing for Team Ferox?
Again, quite positive. They are basically just a shell of the former Fury that finished 7th in Pro League Season 11. And again, same thing, like here they are coming in. They've had a chance to fight for top 4. That says a lot. And so if they've made it or not, that's been a pretty successful season for them. They've made quite a lot of roster changes. We touched about Todd and Deptra being very new to the roster. Todd, literally, I remember they picked him up maybe a week before Six Masters started. And here they are at this stage. So I think there's a lot of positive signs for them as well as a team.
Yeah, I definitely think they have a lot to build off. Todd, yes, he had a bit of a rough start to the season, but I definitely think he came into his own the last few weeks. Even tonight, he's not massive. He's not going out and getting a 20 bomb every week, but he doesn't need to do that. That's not his role. He's been playing what he needs to do really well. Deptra as well has been stepping up. So I think they're going to be on an upwards trajectory.
Yeah, and totally echo the sentiment about Deptra. I remember specifically in some of the previous weeks recently as well, Deptra has had some really big matches and has impactful plays for Ferox. So yeah, some great additions for them.
Well, on the topic of Ferox, we do have Warden ready and waiting for an interview. Warden, how's things, man? How's things?
Good?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Hello.
Oh, yeah, over there. All right. Warden, how's things, man?
Yeah, not too bad. Yourself?
I'm great.
Good. How was
Yeah.
how was tonight? How are you feeling after coming out of tonight? Because it was look, map 1 went your way, map 2 not so much.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It happens. You can't win them all. Like, hopefully we still made it, but if we didn't, we didn't. We learned a lot this season. Like, we can't really complain with our results. We did do at least pretty decent, especially compared to what we did in Pro League the season before. But yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking leading into you coming on about the roster changes you guys have had. Maybe talk us through about how the season has played out, bringing in Todd and Deptra and how that's kind of changed from your former Fury into who you are now.
Yeah, they've both been extremely good pickups, to be honest. Like, we've got Deptra, who's just almost like a straight frag, and we've got Todd, who brings a lot of experience, combined with me and Shade as well. We've got so much experience that we can just sort of bring on to Deptra and Sushi and sort of not train them, but sort of mold them to like what will suit us.
Yeah, and look, Coastline didn't quite go your way.
Yeah.
Is there anything in particular on Coastline that was the factor that really just didn't let you come back?
Honestly, early picks is probably the biggest thing. It's just losing the gunfights as well. Like, if we played half as good as we did in Clubhouse, probably could have got Coastline, but it's just, I don't know what happened. Just couldn't really sort of get momentum going.
Well, it's been a long season. The Ferox fans have been standing by your side for the entirety of it. What would you like to say to all the fans out there tonight?
Thanks for sticking by. Sorry we didn't win the last game, and hopefully we can only go up from here.
Awesome. Well, Warden, we hope to talk soon. All the best, man.
Thanks. See ya.
Bye. I'm so glad that interview didn't cut out.
Yeah,
Like
a
bit
bit
awkward.
worried.
Look,
I think a big thing about them is just, again, their roster changes and how it's worked out. So it's great stuff. It's good to hear the things that Warden said, that insight as well. And the point he made about Todd and Todd's experience, Todd has been around for as long as competitive Siege has been around in Australia. So that definitely can't be discounted at all, what kind of experience that can bring.
Well, it's time to have a look back at all of tonight's results. We started things off with Okami taking on Wildcard. Wildcard basically just destroyed them, simply put.
They did. It was a dominant performance from Wildcard, nothing short of it. Can't really say too much else about that. And the Ferox LFO series was really the tooth and nail fight that we were expecting, particularly on Clubhouse.
Well, you've all been waiting for it. It's time to have a look at how the standings will finish up here in Six Masters 2020. And this is your top 4. Wildcard, Sinister, Okami, and the Knights have somehow made it in? Question mark? Okay, I mean, we'll go off them. But yeah, that's very spicy.
Yeah,
Okay.
we would have to confirm exactly the situation, but here it is, the final standings. And look, it has been such a good season of Six Masters. I cannot state that many more times. It has just been phenomenal. We've had so many close matches. And to come down to this final week, I mean, think about when we were talking on Tuesday, there were still 7 teams in the race for this top 4. And it's just been an absolute pleasure to watch and cast.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, one of, if not the most competitive seasons of competitive Siege we've ever had here in ANZ. And I guess now is a great opportunity to talk about those playoffs. We haven't talked about the format a whole lot tonight, so now is a great time, really, to bring that up. It's going to be on July 3rd to 5th, so it's a 3-day competition. It's a best of 3 double Elim bracket leading into a best of 5. Yes, you heard that right. Best of 5 grand final. I cannot wait. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how that one plays out.
Really is. It's going to be a really exciting playoffs. There's big opportunities for these teams to make a statement. Big cash on the line. We haven't talked about the cash prize for a while. 50,000 Australian dollars is by no means a laughing matter. So it's going to be really exciting, just like the whole season has been.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's been so enjoyable to watch. We've seen teams rise from the lowest of lows. Like, let's talk about Sinister, for example. Season 11 Pro League, which was not that long ago, they were getting smashed. The second half of that season, they go flawless. Into Six Masters, they also go really, really strong as well. They'll be in the playoffs, and boy, I don't know who to pick to win it. I mean, Wildcard have been really strong, but the format being the way that it is, it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what the bracket is. Once we see the bracket, we start thinking about predictions, but it's going to be super exciting. And I mean, speaking of Wildcard, tune in Late Night Siege this Friday night, 8 p.m. We have Diesel on, and he's going to be talking about Maverick and Villa, and of course, Wildcard things in general, Six Masters. So that's 8 p.m. Australian time, Sydney time, and yeah, you won't want to miss it.
Well, that wraps up Six Masters 2020, or it wraps up the season at least. We'll see you guys on July 3rd to 5th for the playoffs. Don't miss it. Until then, stay safe and good night.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I am for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me to life. Bring me to life. No.
I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 You bring me to life.
From a droppy in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching from Paris to popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a life.